Alrighty, I'm here. Oh, it took a little bit of time, but it's fine. Alright, let me make sure my playlist is on shuffle. It is not. Thank God I checked. Move over to that real quick. Good evening, Chibi. I'm sorry I didn't see your message until now. How has your evening been? Hope it's been going better than mine. So how do I say this? So, we've been dealing with a lot of rain over the last few days. Like, I'm talking from Wednesday to today, and I'm still in for more. One of the greatest cons ever living in the southeast of America. But, the thing is with that, is that obviously brings with it electricity issues. And literally, I shit you not, almost 2.5 hours ago, I had a little issue with the power, let's just say. And then another issue cropping up almost an hour later. And the thing is that usually when that happens, they come in threes. The third one hasn't happened yet. And maybe, just big maybe, I'm not gonna deal with that tonight. Hopefully. Because usually, although I said they do come in threes, they also happen within like an hour's time span of each other. So the third one should have happened almost an hour ago. So maybe that means we're good. Maybe, I don't know. Unfortunately, I am dealing with anxiety regarding that. Secondly, I'm alone again in the house. Dad is gone. Except this time, it's not just an overnight trip. No, it is that annual trip up north that he usually takes around this time every year. So I'm once again left taking care of the dog. Thankfully, she should be bedding down. She just got her bedtime treats. And this is usually when she starts to sleep anyway, so hopefully I'm not gonna have to get up at some point this stream to check on her. But, yeah. I've been dealing with a lot of anxiety regarding everything. But hopefully, I'm not gonna have to deal with that, at least not during this 4.5 hour stream. I say 4.5 hours, it might... I mean, to be fair, depending on how quick we go through the Pokedex, along with the end of talk, the region opinion, we should be fine. I'm gonna check out something real quick. Oh, fuck. Well, that's scary. Okay. Well, before we get into the, I almost said the ranking, onto the main attraction, let us first go over the rules. So, need you to scroll on down to the description below so I can list out the rules. Alright, so rule number 1. Keep in mind that what I say in this is purely my opinion and should not be taken as fact. I know every Pokemon out there has its fans, but I may not be one of them. So please understand that there can and will be places where we'll have to agree to disagree. And of course, the reverse is also true. Meaning, you know, meaning there are Pokemon that I'm gonna be a fan of, but you may not. It is our opinions. We're gonna agree to disagree on some places, which is fine and normal. Rule number 2. I'll only be covering Pokemon from games I have experience with, meaning this series of streams will only go up to Sword and Shield. This also means that Pokemon that appear in games I've never played, for example Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon and the Sword and Shield DLC, will not be covered. Apologies to fans of ScarVio in advance. However, I'm gonna probably make an amendment to that after this stream is done. And last but not least, rule number 3. Please don't harass me because I may not like certain regions, or because I may actually like certain regions. Listen, I have shit-talk Kanto, I have shit-talk Sinnoh. You know? And I've already given the slight spoiler of saying that Kalos is gonna at least rank better than Kanto. So, yeah. Do not do that. Especially lately, because I've been seeing a lot of, fandoms being especially nasty to their creators. If you know anything about that situation, trust me, I know. It's been all over my fucking feed for the last few days. And I think, let's just say, not every fandom deserves to have good things. Alright. You know what's funny is that it's like, there is a remix of Anastar City in this playlist that I actually really like, because I think it's a lot more vibesy. But I don't even think we've gotten to it yet. Alright, is that loaded up? Yep. Okay. Actually, yes it is. Okay, for some reason I was like, wait a minute, did I fuck up? Alright, let me get my tabs loaded up here. Oh, get that out, actually. Currently getting my tabs. Alrighty. Alright, so as you can see, here are the results of the first half of the Kalos Dex. Not a lot of Pokemon you may have noticed, but then again, the Kalos Dex is the smallest Dex out of all of the regions so far. It's sitting at a measly 77 Pokemon, which makes sense considering X and Y was mainly focused more on the gimmick of Mega Evolution and how many Pokemon were getting Mega Evos. However, due to the advent of Legend ZA, some of the Pokemon that were from Kalos got Megas. For example, the starters, Delphox, Greninja, and Chestnut, along with Pyroar, Floette, let me see, Meowstick. I could have sworn we had more. Right? I'm looking. Huh. I could have sworn there were more Megas on here. Well, you know what's funny? Is that, literally in the first half of all this Dex, of the next few Pokemon, I have 4 Mega Evolutions to go through in a row, so there's the majority of it. Alright, so first off, don't be doing this. Don't fucking do this to me, please. That scared the my light flickered, and I'm like, oh no. Well, I guess if the stream goes offline for a little bit, you'll know why. Ah! Alright, Alright, so first up on the list for tonight is, if I can get this to work. Please, I'm fucking scared. I'm not doing good. Alright, Inkay. Alright, so just as a reminder, if you ever want to look up these Pokemon, they're obviously available, but I'll mainly be going through the general stats along with the biology and the stats, and then finally my personal opinion / anecdote / experience with the Pokemon as we go through these. So, Inkay / Maika is known as the Revolving Pokemon. It is a dual Dark Psychic type that evolves into Malamar at level 30, and this is one of the gimmicky evolutions. And this is one of the gimmicky evolutions, it evolves into Malamar at level 30 if you have your game system upside down. I'm not joking. This was probably one of the most gimmicky evolutions I'd ever heard of. Now, the funny thing is, this is easy enough to do if you're playing through X and Y, or like any of the handheld modes, any of the handheld games, because it's like, oh, you can just turn your 3DS upside down. But for the Switch, I had to turn both the screen and the console itself upside down in order for it to happen. I was like, excuse me? What is this? Anyway, it can have either Contrary or Suction Cups as regular abilities, with Infiltrator as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Inkay is a blue amphibious squid-like Pokemon. It has a transparent mantle with a rounded pink body inside that has several yellow circular spots that can glow brightly. There are 4 of these luminescent spots on the front and 2 on the back. Attached to its mantle are 2 transparent tentacles. Its remaining tentacles are part of its main body, 8 in total. It has round black eyes and a pink beak-like mouth. As depicted in the anime, Inkay can spray ink from its mouth for offensive purposes. What? What do you mean? Sorry, I just looked up on the YouTube thing. Why is it saying that it's not receiving enough video? Hello? What are you talking about? That has to— oh my god, do not be doing this to me, YouTube, please. Whatever. Inkay can cause its luminescent spots to blink and flash. This behavior serves a variety of uses. If Inkay is threatened, the blinking lights will cause its opponents to become dazed and lose their will to battle, allowing it to escape. The blinking also serves to attract Inkay's prey, which is then ensnared and held in place by its tentacles. Inkay also uses various complex rhythms and patterns of lights to communicate to others of its kind. Because of this, Inkay instinctively reacts to anything in its habitat that emits light or echoing sounds. By floating upside down, Inkay improves its blood flow along with clearing its head. This also drastically boosts the power of Inkay's psychic powers, and it's what triggers its evolution into Malamar. And prior to Generation 8 and in Generation 9, Inkay and its evolved form Malamar are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Topsy-Turvy. Oh, I gotta listen to this rendition of the power plant. Alright, as for the stats, pretty well rounded, all things considered. I mean, physical attack is its highest at 54, with both HP and physical defense at 53, special defense at 46, speed at 45, and special attack at 37. Interesting that this is a Psychic-type Pokemon, and it's literally stated that it's supposed to have, like, powerful Psychic-type moves, and yet its special attack is its lowest at 37. Not surprising. But, as for Inkay, I will say, it's cute. I'm normally not a fan of squid Pokemon. But, yeah, I'm normally not a fan of squid Pokemon. But, you know, but I think it's cute. And I do, and, but yeah, it's normally, I don't know, like, I think it's cute. I think it's fine. But I will say, like, using it in battle is a bit of a pain in the ass because, it's not super fast. Like, that's the thing. Let me see again. It's not super fast. And I don't think it really gets a lot of, yeah, oh my god, that is crazy. So I'm looking at this is a ScarVio moveset. But even then, that's fucking crazy that it's like, what do you mean it mostly gets physical moves? Well, then again, there are some good physical psychic type moves, so maybe what's the point, right? But regardless, I do remember having a bit of trouble when it came to Inkay. So, I'll probably put it in the high B category, in the high B tier. Inkay, you know what's god, now I'm thinking of Splatoon. Obviously Splatoon, right? But mostly, like, what is the one song that they came out with? Like, Calamari Incantation? Except, like, literally, Incantation is spelled with a K instead of a C. Anyway, I'm gonna be saving now because I'm nervous. I don't understand why YouTube is telling me that there's not enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Like, I don't get that. My internet is fine. I think it's YouTube that's having issues right now, which wouldn't surprise me. Alright. Next up, we have our first Mega Evolution. And honestly, one of my absolute favorites from ZA. And that is Malamar. Let me get the Mega up here. And actually, this is a really good render of Mega Malamar, too. Look at that. Like, that's clean. That is not a sprite ripped from the game. That is, a 3D model. Like, that looks so good. Alright. Let's see. Is it the quality, maybe? No. Again, I don't know what's going on with YouTube's end right now. I'm hoping it'll, like, fix itself. Because, again, I'm not getting anything in regards to my end here, so I think it's YouTube. Anyway. Malamar / Calamanero, that's cute, is known as the overturning Pokemon, retaining its dual dark psychic typing, along with its abilities even as a Mega. And as for the biology, Malamar is an amphibious Pokemon that resembles an upside-down squid. Several purple tentacles with bright blue undersides sprout from the top of its bluish-purple head. It has yellow eyes with black sclera, a dark pink beak-like mouth, and lighter purple eyelids. Its main body is dark purple and has 6 circular yellow lights on the front and back. There is also a yellow stripe of light nearly encircling its upper body. Covering its main body is a transparent mantle with 2 white fins on the bottom that function as legs. On each side of the mantle is a long tentacle with dark pink at the top and white scythe-like fins at the ends. The edge of Malamar's fins are said to be extremely sharp and can be enhanced using psychic energy during battles. Malamar possesses strong hypnotic powers, which are said to be the most powerful of any Pokemon. It induces hypnosis by flashing the lights on its body and performing certain hypnotic motions. It uses its hypnotic powers to lure in other Pokemon it deems prey before ensnaring them in its tentacles and finishing them off with its digestive fluids. Malamar can also hypnotize people and control them to do its bidding. Those under Malamar's control will lose their memories surrounding the event once the hypnosis wears off. Malamar's hypnotic powers are often used by people for nefarious deeds, and these powers are said to influence several history-changing events. As depicted in the anime episode A Conspiracy to Conquer and Facing the Grand Design, Malamar is shown to be very intelligent, reaching almost human levels, and it is capable of running devices designed and handled by humans. Both the anime and the TCG game depict Malamar living near water or even underwater, and as shown in the anime episode Kalos, Where Dreams and Adventures Begin, Malamar uses its tentacles to propel itself, swimming legs first. And prior to Generation 8 and in Generation 9, Malamar in its pre-evolved form, Inkay, were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Topsy-Turvy. Ah, there we go. The stream has straightened itself out. Cool. Alright. Moving on to Mega Malamar. I do genuinely like this design. I will say the brain design is a little bit cringe. A little bit But I think overall this is a really good design. Anyway. Alright, so Mega Malamar. Mega Malamar's body grows to be thinner and taller, and its brain has become larger thanks to the power of Mega Evolution. The tentacles on its head all wrap around themselves, forming a brain-like shape. It has large shoulders that form the appearance of a popped collar, and under these shoulders are its 2 longer arm tentacles, which are roughly twice as long as its body. Mega Malamar moves around by levitating. Mega Malamar exhibits luminescence in many parts of its body. The tentacles on its head have a bright blue glow, while its body emits a shifting rainbow as a result of its overflowing psychic power. The light on Mega Malamar's body further amplifies its hypnotic abilities. The tips of its arms also glow when Mega Malamar uses its hypnotic powers. The tip on its right arm glows green, while the tip on its left arm glows pink. Mega Malamar's tentacle arms allow it to sense the feelings of those around it. Mega Malamar possesses greatly enhanced psychic powers, allowing it to go beyond simple hypnosis and overwrite the personalities and memories of its targets, making them act entirely differently. Mega Malamar can further boost its psychic powers by sticking its arms into its head, stimulating its brain. It fucking lobotomizes itself?! That is interesting. Highly intelligent, this Pokemon prefers to battle with efficiency, and uses its powerful intellect to calmly analyze the situation during battles. Mega Malamar's haughty personality makes it see others, including Pokemon trainers, as pawns, and it may even hypnotize its own trainer if it disagrees with their commands. Oh, that's scary. As for the stats. So, regular Malamar's stats... Whoops, I opened a completely different thing. Its highest stat is its physical attack at 92, with physical defense at 88, HP at 66, special defense at 75, speed at 73, and special attack at 68. And as for Mega Malamar, let me see here. Physical attack gets boosted up to 102, special defense up to 120. That's actually its highest as a Mega. Special attack also gets a nice boost to 98. Speed up to 88. Is that it? Yeah, it is. Okay. So obviously a 100-point difference between base and Mega. But yeah, as I said before, I love this. I love Mega Malamar's design. Like, yes, I know again, I know I said I was talking shit about the brain, but listen, I think it fits, right? But overall, Malamar, I think, is a pretty neat Pokemon. Like, it has, like, a really good... excuse me. It has a really good typing. I mean, granted, I know that does make it, like, 4 times weak to Bug. And trust me when I say that, I have had the pleasure of sending out a Malamar against a Bug type that knows, Fury Cutter, Leech Life, and ZA. That was not fun. That was not pleasant. But, funnily enough, when I first played through X, like, over a decade ago, like, when it first came out in 2013, I never used Malamar, mainly because I just did not, I didn't initially like it, right? I don't know what, I mean, then again, I was a stupid kid. Like, I don't know what I was smoking back then, but I just did not like it, right? I was like, I'm not into squids, I'm not into octopus or whatnot. So, whatever, right? It wasn't until my second playthrough of X that I was like, you know what? I'm older now. I'm open to trying a lot more Pokemon than just my favorites. Let me try Malamar. You know, so I caught an Inkay, named it Calamaria. And, and Malamar easily became one of my favorite Pokemon to use at all times. So obviously when I found out it was getting a Mega, I was like, ooh, ooh, ooh. I mean, granted, because I remember that, the Twitter, like, the Pokemon socials were going crazy with all the Malamar glazing. With all the Malamar glazing. And so when I saw this Mega Evo, I was like, oh, this looks sick. Especially, like, it looks menacing. Like, it is interesting how, like, such a colorful Pokemon can look so menacing, but it just does. I mean, obviously the brain definitely helps. I mean, I'll never forget the memes of this being compared to Megamind, which, I mean, to be fair, I watched that movie. It's a good movie. But, I will say, I haven't listened to the song that they put out for this, like, My Friend Malamar, I think it's called. I probably should. But yeah, I think Malamar is a great Pokemon. And again, I think I just have really good memories of, again, like, I always refer to Malamar as Calamaria, like, that's my Malamar. I mean, yeah, it looks menacing, but hey, so long as she can wreck other Pokemon, I don't care what she does. I guess the question is, where would I put her? Excuse me. I mean, to be fair... Oh, man. Do I want to put it in S? Yeah, I'm feeling it. I think Malamar deserves to be an S. Whoops. Malamar. I mean, not to mention, too, like, just saying the name Malamar, it's like, it's pretty, like, it's like a bit of a tick for me. But yeah, I actually really should use the Mega more often in ZA. I say that as if I have played ZA. I haven't played ZA in months now. It's been a hot minute. Okay. Next up. Oh, Christ. Okay. Okay. This Pokemon. The Pokemon I almost never use because I don't like the look of it. It's bleh. Jesus, don't do that. Alright, next up is Binacle. Okay. Alright. Binacle / Kametete is known as the two-handed Pokemon. It is a dual rock-water type that evolves into Barbaracle at level 39. It can have either Tough Claws or Sniper as regular abilities with Pickpocket as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Binacle is a Pokemon that resembles a Goose Barnacle. A Goose Barnacle? Nah. Okay, I'm looking this up right now. What the fuck is a Goose Barnacle? Goose Barnacle. It's an animal?! I thought it would just be like, a type of plant. Unless that is a plant. That's the AI overview. I don't want to look at it. Alright, Wikipedia, save me. By the way, I also heard that Google decided to really, let's just say upgrade, quote-unquote, its search capabilities to basically just include AI and everything. Not good for that. Oh my god. Oh my lord. God, oh my god, no wonder it's called the Goose Barnacle. Like, okay, can I show this real quick? Alright, I'm gonna hide the window real quick. I just want y'all to see my display here. Look at this! No wonder it's called the Goose Barnacle, because these look like, this is what it looks like. They genuinely look like geese. Wow. Oh my god, that's so... It's almost gross, but also weird. Anyway, back to the biology. It also has the appearance of a hand and arm. The hand serves as its head. Its head is brown with puffy orange cheeks and an orange marking where a nose would be located. On top of its head are 3 long claws. Its body is orange with a white band around the middle. Binacle is always found as a pair living in a single gray rock, and they need to cooperate with each other in order to survive. It moves by stretching and contracting its bodies and yanking the rock along in a hopping motion. The pair has a tendency of squabbling with one another. When they do, one of them will move and find a different rock with a different Binacle to live alongside with. Binacle eats seaweed that washes up on the shoreline. And as for the stats, unsurprisingly for a rock-type Pokemon, its highest stat is its physical defense at 67, Funny number. Special defense at 56, speed at 50. Oh wait, excuse me. Physical attack at 52, speed at 50, HP at 42, and special attack at 39. Alright, well, unlike Malamar, where I initially didn't try it because I was like, I don't think it's that nice, to actually trying it, I never had that urge for Binacle. Like, I don't like it. Like, I think it's so ugly. Like, I genuinely think it is so ugly. I don't know. I think it's just because of the fact that these faces, like, I get what they're going for, right? But they personally just don't appeal to me. And, I don't know, I get this really gross feeling from it. You know, I get this really gross feeling from it. So I guess the question is, you know, do I want to be nice and put it in the low B tier? Or do I just want to be honest and say C tier? Honestly, I'm thinking C tier. Going right next to Diggersby and Aromatisse. I mean, hey, I will say, right? Binacle, I think, ranks higher than Diggersby, but ranks lower than Aromatisse. Like, it is purely in the middle of those two. Alright, second Mega Evo. And this one, you know what's funny is, like, I actually like the Mega Evolution better than the base form, but there's a reason for that. Because here's the thing, I did not know, when I first got Legend ZA, I did my best to avoid all the spoilers regarding the Mega Evos I hadn't heard of, so this one actually caught me off guard when I saw it as a mission list. And that is Babaracle. And when I saw Mega Babaracle, I was like, holy shit, this is actually kind of scary. Yeah, unfortunately, we're back to ripping 3D models from the game again. But, okay, I'll give my opinion on Mega Babaracle when we get to it. But for now... Alright, so Babaracle / Gamenodes is known as the collective Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of rock and water. However, when it Mega Evolves, the water typing is dropped for the fighting type. However, the abilities remain the same. And the biology states, Babaracle is a bipedal Pokemon comprising 7 individual Binacle units, multiplied from 2 through evolution. Its body consists of 2 gray rocks connected to each other by the main Binacle unit, which serves as both its waist and head. The head is brown and resembles a semi-opened left hand. There are 4 clawed fingers on top and a clawed thumb on its right cheek. Its face is orange with 2 eyes but no other distinguishable features. The other 6 Binacle protrude from the rocks, with 4 acting as arms and 2 acting as legs. Each arm is orange, with a brown hand and a single eye in the center of the palm, 4 long claws, and a brown band around the middle. The legs are also orange but have 2 brown bands and brown feet, with 4 claws and a 4-pointed star on the soles. Each limb that forms Babaracle thinks for itself and moves independently, though they usually follow the head's orders. In an emergency, the limbs may act without orders from the head in order to defeat its enemies. Since each of its hands has an eye, Babaracle is able to see in all directions at once. As for the Mega, the power of Mega Evolution causes the Binacle units to multiply even further. There are 11 distinct Binacle units that form Mega Babaracle, being its head, 8 arms, and 2 legs. The rocks that the units reside in have also grown larger, with deep cracks running through and black spikes protruding from the tops of the rocks. The head of Mega Babaracle is a black, with an orange face and red pupils. It has 5 horns on its head, which are white with orange stripes near the base. The horns are arranged like a hand. 4 of the horns are located at the top of its head, 2 extending upward and the other 2 jutting towards the front, while the 5th horn is located on Mega Babaracle's right cheek as a thumb, quote-unquote. Mega Babarical's waists and limbs are all orange with a singular zigzag black band encircling each limb. The legs have black feet with 3 white toes, the center one cloven in 2. The arms have black hands, each one having a single red eye and 4 claws, 2 of which are conjoined in the middle. Mega Babaracle uses its many arms to mess with its opponents, keeping the head busy. Mega Babaracle can move in very quickly, delivering powerful punches followed by a yellow or red beam attack. And as for the stats... Alright, so regular Babaracle... its highest stat is its physical defense at 115, with physical attack at 105, special defense at 86, HP at 72, speed at 68, and special attack at 54. However, as Mega Babaracle, physical attack gets a big boost up to 140, with physical defense up to 130, special defense up to 106, special attack even gets a little bit boost up to 64. So another 100 point boost, but I don't know if it really matters. Oh, speed also gets an upgrade to 88 instead of 66. So as I said, when it comes to Babaracle, so normally I would say I don't like Babaracle at all. Like, I think it's an even uglier Pokemon than Binacle and all that. I mean, again, ugh, brother, ugh. But as I said, I actually like the Mega more than... What is this song? Oh, Sycamore. But yeah, I actually like the Mega more than the base form. I think it's just because, here's the thing. This looks uncanny to me, but in a good way. Because y'all know how I've stated before multiple times, that when it comes to the more humanoid Pokemon, like, I tend to get a bit of an uncanny feeling about them, and a lot of times it's not a good feeling. However, with Mega Babaracle, this is, I think, one of the few times in which, like, we can have a more humanoid Pokemon, and I mean humanoid loosely here, and it's uncanny, but it's in a good way. Like, for some reason, I feel very intimidated by this thing. Like, I don't know what it is. I think it's because, how do I put this? Slight Deltarune spoilers. I still have not played through chapters 3 and 4, but I do know of one of the bosses. I don't know what the name is. I think it might be the Guardian? I don't know. Like, I only saw the silhouette, so I don't know for sure. But it's the silhouette of that boss. It's basically like a bunch of rhombuses, right? Like a bunch of rhombuses and trapezoids coming together to form a digital circus OC. The amazing digital circus OC. And for some reason, this is what Mega Babaracle reminds me of. It reminds me of that silhouette. I don't know why, considering that this has way more shapes to it than that, but again, I think this looks very intimidating to me. Like, it's very uncanny. I think what also helps is the fact that, like, if you look at the legs here, like, they look crossed, right? Like, we know how how if you want to be creepy as a human walking, like, you just put, like, one foot perfectly in front of the other, like, in a straight line? Like, that's what it gives to me. And it's creepy to think about it like that. Like, again, I know it doesn't make sense. I don't know if what I'm saying makes any sense, but, like... But this is just... I don't know, like, I find this menacing. But... I don't know if it would... Thing is, though, I don't know whether the Mega should save Babaracle from being a C tier. Like, a C-lister. I mean, to be fair, I don't even know how good it is in battle, because I don't like Babaracle, so it's like, I'm not bringing it with me to battle, and thus I haven't really had a chance to use it as a Mega. I think I'll actually put it in the low B tier. I honestly think that Mega saves it from, I honestly think that Mega saves it from being a C-lister. And I feel like this is one of the few, well, this is probably one of the few times in which, like, an evolution actually, like, outranks its pre-evolved form. I don't know. Oh boy, another Mega. Well, not now, but we definitely have a boy here. All right. All right. Next up is Skrelp. All right. So I almost said Squelp. Skrelp slash Kuzumo is known as the Mock Kelp Pokemon. It is a dual poison water type that evolves into Dragouge at level 48. It can have either Poison Point or Poison Touch as regular abilities, with Adaptability as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Skrelp is a brown aquatic Pokemon that resembles a common sea dragon. It has a purple face and neck, red eyes rimmed with black, a tubular upturned snout, a leaf-like pectoral fin on either side of its head, and a large roundish lump on top of its head. A light blue round growth is attached to the back of its head by a thin brown stem. Its back has a slight hunch with a blunt spike. On either side of its body is a rounded light blue fin, and it has a striated purple belly. Its tail is composed of 3 leaf-like fins. Skrelp is a poor swimmer and gets easily washed away by storms. Skrelp rides seaweed as a form of traveling the ocean. It camouflages itself as the seaweed to hide from enemies while storing power for evolution. It also uses this technique to hide from prey, which it sprays with liquid poison when approached. However, its main source of food is rotten seaweed, which it uses to create its poison. Skrelp is known to coexist well with Dhelmise. And as for the stats... wow. Well, there is no highest stat here because physical attack, physical defense, special attack, and special defense are all at 60, with HP at 50 and speed at 30. Alright, so Skrelp. This kind of falls into the same category as Binacle, where, like, here's the thing. If this was more like Horsey, I would have probably caught it, right? But unfortunately, it's not. Like, I don't necessarily like the design of this Pokemon. I think it's a little ugly. Granted, I honestly would rank it higher than Binacle in that way. But still. But yeah, as I said, like, much like Binacle, I never really had a use for this Pokemon. Especially when looking at the stats, it's like, it's kind of just useless, ain't it? I mean, I get what it's going for. I mean, it does look like kelp. But, yeah, like, I will say, I don't hate it. I guess, like, the thing is, where would I put this? Low B tier or C tier? I mean... Well... I think I'll put it in the low B tier. If only because, like, I don't think it's bad? I don't know. It's basically one of those Pokemon where it's like... It's one of those Pokemon where it's like, I don't really have an opinion of it. It's like, it's there. It's there, I guess. However, we got our 3rd Mega in a row. Oh wait, do we have it? No. Oh no, it wasn't 4 Megas in a row, it was 3. I'm thinking of the last one. Okay, so this next Pokemon, Dragouge. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I don't want to get up and get my book just in case. Alright, so the Mega Evolution of this is actually kind of creepy. Alright, so there's Mega Dragouge. Excuse me. Alright, so Dragouge slash Doramidoro is continuing to be known as the mock kelp Pokemon, retaining its poison typing. However, drop in the water for dragon. However, it does retain its abilities no matter what. And as for the biology, let me actually take a sip real quick. Okay. Dragouge is an aquatic Pokemon that resembles a common sea dragon. Its body is curved in a way that vaguely resembles the number 3. Oh, is it? Oh yeah, I could see it. Never noticed that before. Its sides are a light purple with slender vertical lines, while most of the rest of its body is a dull brown. There is a light purple patch on its face surrounding its red eyes. It has a tubular upturned snout, and on the back of its head is a thin appendage. On top of its head is a red leaf-like crest with 2 brownish-green antennae. Oh, and I can't skip this. We already heard this in the beginning. I don't know why it's remixing it again. On either side of its body is a skinny leaf-like appendage, and its tail fin also resembles a large leaf. There are 3 small spikes along its back. Dragouge is a territorial Pokemon that will spit poison at whatever trespasses on its territory. Its poison is strong enough to melt the hulls of metal tankers. As a result, it is said that ships sailing through the seas where it lives never return. It hunts by hiding itself in seaweed and then ambushing prey such as Finizen with a spray of poisonous liquid. However, it is known to coexist well with Delmise. Dragouge can create dragon energy by absorbing the sunlight through the plume on its head. And as for the Mega Dragouge grows larger and more ornate, with much more kelp decorating its body. The crest atop its head expands into 6 flowing cape-like fronds that are purple on the underside, draping over most of its body. The green antennae on its head expand into antler-like shapes, each of which bears a purple and pink orbit in its center. Mega Dragouge's limbs grow longer and more spindly, with several leaf-like protrusions along their length. Closer to its neck and tail, the purple of its body transitions into a deeper red color. Mega Dragouge produces a liquid that causes the regenerative ability of cells to go berserk, enhancing its healing ability. However, the liquid is a deadly poison to every other living thing. There we go. And as for the stats. Whoa. Okay. So, Dragouge, regular. Its highest stat is its special defense at 123, with special attack at 97, physical defense at 90, physical attack at 75, HP at 65, and speed at 44. However, when it Mega Evolves, special defenses goes up so much, up to 163, special attack up to 132, physical defense at 105, and even its physical attack gets up a little bit to 85. However, its HP and speed remain the same. Okay, so as I said, unlike with Binacle, I didn't really have much of a chance to try Skrelp when I replayed through X. However, unlike with Babaracle, I did actually start using a Dragouge in Legend ZA. And yeah, not bad. Not bad. I think I named... Oh, that's right, I named my... It's a stupid name, but I named my Skrelp / Dragouge Anemone. Because I do know at least that, like, this is supposed to represent, like, kelp, right? And it's like, I know anemone and kelp are different, but listen, it's an underwater plant, alright? I'm not gonna name like, I will say this, I think Dragouge is one of those creatures... Well, okay, it's one of those Pokemon that is based off of a creature that is beautiful but terrifying, I think. Actually, what does a sea dragon look like? It takes me to the mythical dragon. It's like, fuck, that's not what I meant. Yeah, it's a sea... Yeah, it's those things. Yeah, it's those things, just combined with kelp. That's fine. But yeah, I will say I do like the coloring. Like, I actually think that the brown and the brown, pink, and purple actually work really well with this. But this Mega here, honestly, as I said, I think it's creepy. But it's a good creepy. I don't know, because I keep looking at these and I'm thinking that they're eyes. And maybe that's the point. They're supposed to look like eyes to kind of like fuck with you, right? But I also think that this whole, like, they describe it as the fronds here. I don't know, like, there's something about, again, like, there's something about Mega Dragouge that I find creepy, but beautiful in a way. Pretty. Magnificent, even. And as I said, I've used Dragouge in battle before, and it's not bad. Like, I think, they've helped me a little bit. Again, I wish I used more of its Mega, but I will say, I do like the Mega, and I think if I remember right, Dragouge is the one that Laban has, right? Like, Justine's maid. And also her girlfriend. Like, I think Dragouge is the one that, Laban uses. And it's actually funny considering, you know, that Laban technically could wreck, well, maybe not wreck, but at the very least, like, severely damage Justine's team considering, the fairy typing and Dragouge being part poison. But I guess, like, that's the risk, isn't it? Is that's, like, Laban's ace is something that could theoretically deal a lot of damage to Justine's team. However, Dragouge is also part dragon, so, you know, Laban's sending this thing out against Justine's Mega Clefable. It's like, oh no, bad idea. So I guess the question is, would it go into high B tier or A tier? Like, I will say, I don't feel super attached to it, so it's not going in S. But B or A? Oh, excuse me. You know, I think I'm feeling A. I'm feeling A. Dragouge. I wonder if it's Dragouge. Oh, maybe that's the pronunciation. Dragouge? I mean, granted, it's not spelled like algae, but maybe it's supposed to be like that. I keep pronouncing it as Dragouge. I don't know. I'll look it up later during the break and see, like, is it Dragouge or Dragouge? Oh boy, okay. Here comes another Pokemon. Here comes another Pokemon I didn't give much of a fuck about. Oh, hello! Sorry, I didn't quite see your, messages. I'm not really checking chat right now. What is Falcon? Unless that's a typo. But, hi! I'm currently in the middle of ranking the second half of the Kalos decks. I think we're getting close to the halfway point already. But, anyway, next up is Clauncher, right? Clauncher. You know what's funny is that, like, I didn't get the pun of this Pokemon until, like, recently. Because I kept pronouncing it as Clauncher. You know, as Clauncher. Because we're living in Kalos, it's France, and I'm thinking, like, oh, it's supposed to be Clauncher. But no, you stupid idiot. It's called Clauncher because it's got launcher in the name. Anyway, Clauncher / Udepol is known as the water gun Pokemon. Literally, here's your Nerf gun. It is a pure water type that evolves in the Clawitzer at level 37, and it only has Mega Launcher as an ability. Sad. Biology states, Clauncher is a crustacean Pokemon that resembles a bright blue shrimp. It has 3 pairs of light gray legs. 2 pairs have simple blue spikes, while the foremost pair forms a larger set of claws. The left claw forms a single sharp point, while the right claw is much larger and forms a more traditional pincer. God, I really need to listen to more of these tracks without the playlist. With a tiny yellow lower claw and a yellow circular pattern with 2 stripes on the back. Each front claw has a black stripe across the top. It has a pair of yellow antennae on top of its head, yellow eyes, and 3 pointed mandibles. There are 3 black stripes along its back that separate its body into segments, and it has a light gray underside. 2 black rectangular fins form its tail. Clauncher's large right claw gives it a poor sense of balance and makes it difficult to swim straight. Instead, it moves by firing compressed water from this claw. This is achieved through controlled expulsions of internal gas. Additionally, it uses this ability to shoot down flying prey and can shatter rock at close range. It is an adept user of pulse moves. Occasionally, Clauncher's claws will fall off, causing it to go into hiding until the claws grow back. The meat inside its claws is said to be delicious. However, it has a characteristic taste that is not universally loved. Clauncher's claws are a popular delicacy in places like Galar and Paldea. Dreepy is known to bite on Clauncher, although it does not actually feed on them. This is said to be a behavior carried out from when the Dreepy was alive. Oh. In Generation 8, Clauncher and his evolved form Clawitzer were the only known Pokemon that could have Mega Launcher as an ability. And as for the stats, not super, kind of average. Special defense is its highest at 63, with physical defense 1 point lower at 62, special attack at 58, physical attack at 53, HP at 50, and speed at 44. By the way, the reason I laugh while saying that, like, oh yeah, nah, the Clauncher's claws will fall off until they grow back, I was thinking of the stupid, SpongeBob meme of, like, you know, big meaty claws! It doesn't fit with this Pokemon, unfortunately, but I don't know, I just find it funny. But as I said, God, this is very much the same thing as with Binacle and Skrelp, where it's like, I never had any inkling. I never had any, like, want or desire to even try using it. I caught one in Legend ZA, but I have never really used it. I just kind of am, like, keeping it in my party to gain experience so that I can at least say I have a Clawitzer in my party. So I can get the Dex entry and that's it. I mean, I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on this Pokemon. Though I will say, I love the fact that it's like, oh yeah, it doesn't have a good center of balance, and I'm like, neither do I. Oh my god. I've been listening to this remix of Route 15 since I first heard it last stream. And man, it has that little bit more of a fantasy theme to it, which is weird. Anyway. I'll put it in the low B tier. God, for some reason I was like, oh, we haven't gotten an S tier Pokemon yet. Literally forgetting about Calamaria. I pronounce her name 2 different ways. It's Calamaria, I promise. Although I think with the pun I was trying to go for, it's supposed to be Calamaria, you know, because of calamari, but yeah, I'm stupid sometimes. Okay, so next up is Clawitzer. Hey, we don't even have to scroll down that much. Alright, so Clawitzer slash Burosta, it literally says that, is known as the Howitzer Pokemon, retaining its pure water typing along with its ability. And the biology states, Clawitzer is a crustacean Pokemon that resembles a bright blue shrimp. Its body is divided into several segments by black ridges, and there are 3 small spikes behind its head. It has semicircular yellow eyes, a black stripe across its face divided into parts, and 4 pointed mandibles. Its tail consists of 3 pointed fins, 2 black ones and 1 bright blue one. It lacks legs but has 2 clawed arms. The left claw is smaller and is dark blue with a black stripe along the back and a yellow tip. The right claw is a pincer larger than Clawitzer's body. The pincer is dark blue with a pair of thin yellow antennae on top, 3 overlapping segments with a black stripe along the back edge, and 4 black spikes attached to the back of the last segment. The movable lower portion of the pincer is yellow, as is the inner portion of the pincer's last segment, which has 3 stripes patterning it. Clawitzer are a territorial species, known to fiercely battle against each other. Clawitzer's massive claw can suck up water and launch it as compressed cannonballs capable of piercing tanker hulls. By using the gases inside its body, water can also be expelled from the nozzle on the back, which allows it to travel at speeds of up to 60 knots. It is also a powerful user of pulse moves. The feelers on Clawitzer's claws can detect the location of its prey. The claw itself is packed with meat, which can be used as a cooking ingredient. In Generation 8, Clawitzer and its pre-evolved form Clauncher were the only known Pokemon that could have Mega Launcher as an ability. And as for the stats... Alright, so special attack is its highest at 120, with special defense at 89, physical defense at 88, physical attack at 73, HP at 71, and speed at 59. Anyway, Clawitzer. Yeah, I get it. It's, I mean, it's basically, so it's supposed to be a, I mean, it is called a howitzer, which, let me look it up, actually. I know that's I think that's a special type of gun, I believe. What is this music? Oh, Lysander. Let me see. Howitzer. I think it's a German weapon with how it's, I was gonna say spelled, with what it's named. If Wikipedia would, you know, work for me, please. Alright, the howitzer, according to Wikipedia, is an artillery weapon that falls between a cannon and a mortar. It is capable of both low-angle fire like a field gun and high-angle fire like a mortar, given the distinction between low and high-angle fire, blah 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 blah. What was this made by? Oh, they've been around for a while. I don't know. It's not saying anything about it being German made, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just letting stuff, I was gonna say fall. Maybe I'm just letting knowledge cloud my head. Anyway, but yeah. Again, I never really had an urge to use a Clawitzer before. But, yeah, I mean, it's a shrimp. I don't know, like, I guess, like, it can be cool, I guess. You know, to have a Pokemon that is meant to be like, oh yeah, here's a Pokemon that's also a gun, right? But, I don't know, I just never really had any urge to use this, and, I mean, yeah, the special attack stat is crazy, I will say, but, like, I don't know, I just don't see myself ever really using this kind of thing. Like, yeah. I think it'll go in the low B tier. Like, again, there's not much to say about it, honestly. Is that how you spell Clawitzer? I forget. Yeah. Whoops. Oh my gosh, wait, is this our first electric type of Kalos? It is, right? Let me see. Yeah, this is, oh my god, it takes so long to get to our first electric type. Jeez. And it's not even a good electric type. Helioptile. Okay, so Helioptile / Erikiteru is known as the Generation Pokemon. It is a dual electric normal type that evolves into Heliolisk when exposed to a Sunstone. It can have either Dry Skin or Sand Veil as regular abilities, with Solar Power as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Helioptile is a bipedal lizard-like Pokemon. It is primarily pale yellow with black feet and a black tail tip. The top of its head is also black with a triangular yellow marking on its forehead. It has blue eyes, a V-shaped mouth, a slightly pointed head, a tapering tail, and 3 toes on each foot. On either side of its head hangs a pointed extension with a yellow tip. These can stiffen and expand into a frill. These frills have cells that generate electricity when exposed to sunlight. This allows it to create its own energy and thrive without food in its desert home. The frills act similar to solar panels and are the source of Helioptile's electric moves. However, should this process get interrupted, Helioptile will be stressed to the point of weakness. As seen in one of its attack animations in the games, its head and frills glow with a pale yellow light when it uses certain moves. Prior to Generation 8, Helioptile and its pre-evolved form Heliolisk were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Electrify. And as for the stats, unsurprisingly for an electric type, speed is its highest at 70, with special attack at 61, HP at 44, special defense at 43, physical attack at 38, and physical defense at 33. Much like the other Pokemon we've discussed so far, I've never really had an urge to use a Helioptile. Mainly because by the time we got to Helioptile, I already had like a couple of better electric type Pokemon on my team. But, yeah, like, I don't really have any. Oh my god, like, this, I think this is another low B Pokemon. Again, I don't hate, like, I should express, the low B, I feel like I should, like, explain this again, that the low B tier is mainly for Pokemon I don't really have much of an opinion about, because at least with Diggersby, Aromatisse, and Binacle, these are Pokemon that I just would never use on my team whatsoever, and I also just don't have a good opinion on. Whereas at least the low B tier, you get a little bit of something that's like, oh, you're just indifferent to it, right? But, yeah. I mean, I get what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a, it's supposed to be like a baby solar panel thing, pretty much. You know? But, yeah, I don't really have much of an opinion on this, unfortunately. I mean, hey, at the very least, you can tell it's supposed to be a solar Pokemon because of the Helio here, which is derived, maybe. I'm probably misusing that term. It is at the very least supposed to be from the sun. I mean, if you know anything about Greek mythology, Helios is the god of the sun, so. Okay, next up. Oh, we're getting to the fossil Pokemon next time. That's so good. Alright, next up is Heliolisk. At least that one has an easier name to pronounce than fucking Helioptile. Alright, so Heliolisk / Erezadol is also known as the Generator Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of Electric Normal, along with its abilities. The biology states, Heliolisk is a bipedal Pokemon that resembles a yellow lizard. Its head is mostly black with a yellow lower jaw. It has blue eyes with a pointed spike over each. Covering its neck is a black frill with orange spikes around the rim. This frill can be used to frame its head if needed. Its hands and feet are black with 3 digits each, and there is an orange band with triangular markings around each leg. It has a long tapering tail that is orange and then black at the tip. Heliolisk can generate sufficient electricity to power a skyscraper simply by flaring open its frill. When its frill is flared while it basks in the sun, it can generate enough electricity to power an entire city. This electricity can be used to stimulate its muscles, which boosts the strength in its legs. This allows it to sprint 100 yards in 5 seconds, even being capable of running on water without breaking surface tension, as shown in the new Pokemon Snap and in the TCG. a now ruined desert kingdom in an unknown region once cherished Heliolisk. Heliolisk first came to Galar alongside treasure from this kingdom. Interesting. Prior to Generation 8, Heliolisk and its pre-evolved form Helioptile were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Electrify. And as for the stats... Oh, actually, both its special attack and its speed are tied at 109 for highest, with special defense at 94, HP at 62, physical attack at 55, and physical defense at 52. Okay, so Heliolisk. Again, much like a lot of the other Pokemon we've discussed so far, I don't really have an opinion on this. I mean, y'all heard the first, heard me read the first sentence of this out loud, right? This is supposed to be a yellow lizard. Which, I mean, it definitely is. It is a yellow lizard with the power to convert solar energy into electricity. Which, I mean, hey. If we could have this Pokemon in actually... Is that why it's so treasured in Galar? Considering considering the motivation of the enemy of the main villain in Sword and Shield, like base game, Heliolisk would actually have been really fucking good. What is this? I was like, when did I suddenly get on country roads? Take me home. But yeah, honestly, I think it's gonna go in the low B tier. I mean, hey, it's still keeping on with the Helio naming convention. Again, of the sun, Lisk of the sun. I wonder where the Lisk comes from. Lisk. I gotta enunciate it like that. Otherwise, I'm gonna accidentally say lisp. Or liss. Alright, moving on. We're moving on to our fossils! And honestly, I think these are probably going to be my favorite pair of fossils. But first off, in the fossil Pokemon is Tyrant / Chomper, if anybody's ever watched The Land Before Time. Alright, so Tyrant / Shigorasu is known as the Royal Air Pokemon. It is a dual rock dragon Pokemon that is revived from a jaw fossil and evolves into Tyrantrum when leveled up during the day at level 39. It has strong jaw as a regular ability, with sturdy as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Tyrant is a bipedal dinosaurian Pokemon that resembles a large theropod. I'm assuming those are the T-Rexes, right? Its body is grayish-brown with a small hump on its back, and its belly and lower jaw are a lighter gray. The head is large in proportion to its body and has a blunt snout with a ridge above the nostrils. 2 teeth are visible in the lower jaw, while the upper jaw has 2 tooth-like spikes. On top of its head are 2 orange spikes, and it has a black... I think that's supposed to be banned, but the word is missing. And it has a black ring around the lower edge of each eye. Around its neck is a spiky ruff of white primitive feathers. Those are feathers?! Listen, I know that we've been discovering that actually dinosaurs had a lot more feathers than we thought, but jeez, I would have thought that was fur. It has tiny forelimbs with 2 white claws each. The hind legs are more developed and have rectangular armor plating over the knees, 3 white claws on each foot, and a smaller 4th digit lacking a claw off to the side. Its tail is short with an orange spike near the tip. Tyrant has a selfish, spoiled nature. If it encounters something it dislikes, it will throw a violent tantrum and run wild. Its strong jaws have enough force to shred an automobile, and it tends to unknowingly inflict injuries while playing, even on its trainer. So this is like a puppy. Or better yet, Layla when she was only a year old. This Pokemon lived 100 million years ago. Theories suggest it might have had a different form then. As mentioned in the sleep-style decks, Tyrant occasionally tries to bite down on anything nearby with its massive jaw. It may be dreaming of playing around with someone! Cutie patootie! And as for the stats... Alright, so unsurprisingly, physical attack is at highest at 89, with physical defense at 77, HP at 58, speed at 48, and both special attack and special defense at 45. Excuse me. Alright, so Tyrant. Here's the thing. I think it is cute. It's cute. Like, it's very much like, if anybody's ever seen at least the first couple of Land Before Time movies, this is Chomper. This is Chomper. That's my boy. Isn't he cute? Isn't he adorable? I love this thing. And it's no wonder, I bet they've made plushies of this thing. But yeah, like, and the fact that, it's basically like a giant baby that can also just kick, that could probably just break your arm with its, when it bites down on you. Again, I said it's like Layla when she was a year old because, I think I've told this story before where my dad was playing with Layla one time, and the thing is that she is a pit bull husky mix. And from what I know about pit bulls, they have some pretty strong jaws. And the thing, and the thing is that this was a complete accident. Like, she did not mean to do this, but my dad, when he was playing with her, he was using one of her toys, right? And I guess it had fallen to the floor, and he went to pick it up. She went to get at the toy, but she accidentally latched onto his wrist and bit down on it. Again, it was an accident. She wasn't trying to fight or anything. She was just like, again, like, she's like, she was a puppy, and puppies are known to bite and teeth. You know, but the thing is that when she did that, it fucked up my dad's wrist for a week. Like he said it hurt for for a few days after she did that. And again, it was an accident. Like, she didn't mean to. And even then, like, you could tell she felt bad about it because, you know, she thinks she did something wrong when it's like, you know, they were just playing. But that's what I just imagined Tyrant to be. It's just a puppy, a giant lizard puppy. But yeah, I don't know. You know what's funny is, like, I hate it when, I will say this, I hate it when animals throw tantrums and all that, like, or, like, get picky and blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. I think it's also just, it's frustrating but cute. Like, imagine picking this thing up and then just rocking it like a baby. I would probably put it in A tier. I cannot... There we go. I was not able to hit the U key for whatever reason. Also, I keep wanting to call it Tywin for some reason. But no, this is Chomper. Chomper's a good boy. Chomper is a good boy. Alright, next up. Oh boy. Oh man, I have a story to tell about this. It's not cute, but it can be. Next up is Tyrantrum. Alright, Tyrantrum / Gachigoras is known as the Despot Pokemon, retaining its dual Rock Dragon typing along with its abilities. Oh wait, it actually, no, its hidden ability actually gets replaced with Rockhead. Okay. And the biology states, Tyrantrum is a bipedal dinosaurian Pokemon that resembles a large theropod. It is predominantly brick red with scaly patterns on its skin and scattered orange highlights on some scales and bridges. Tyrantrum's head is proportionally large with a blunt-ridged snout and powerful jaws. It has black around its eyes and a light gray lower jaw covered by a beard of white primitive feathers. Several sharp teeth are visible in the lower jaw, while the upper jaw is lined with orange-tipped tooth-like projections. Over its eyes is a row of 5 spikes resembling a crown. Around Tyrantrum's neck is a feathery white ruff that extends over its shoulders similar to a cape. Its underbelly is gray with white borders, and there are 2 orange spikes near the tip of its long tail. Its small forelimbs have only 2 black claw digits each, but it has powerful hind legs with 3 black claws each. Plated armor-like ridges cover its knees, back, and the top of its tail. Before its extinction 100 million years ago, Tyrantrum was known to be vicious but had the presence of a magnificent king. It's said that nothing could stop Tyrantrum. Its powerful jaws, capable of shredding shredding thick metal plates as easily as paper, made it invincible. Its strength allows it to sleep in the wild entirely unguarded without feeling worried. It is theorized that its original form was completely covered with a feather-like coat. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, Tyrantrum often opens its massive jaws when it lets out a big yawn while sleeping. The sound this yawn creates fills the surrounding area with a terrifying, oppressive atmosphere, frightening anyone who hears it. And as for the stats, physical attack is as high as 121, with physical defense at 119, HP at 82, speed at 71, special attack at 69, nice, and special defense at 59. So, Tyrantrum, cute. Well, cute. It can be cute. Here's the thing. I do think it is cool, and it definitely resembles a T-Rex. Like, this is the... What's the term? This is the T-Rex. This is what you would imagine a Tyrannosaurus Rex to look like in Pokemon. And, yeah, it's scary, too. Like, I remember, what trainer was it that had a Tyrantrum in X and Y? And I was like, ah! I screamed when I saw it. I forget. But yeah, it can be scary. But there's a reason I keep saying it's cute. And it's because there's a post-game mission in Legend ZA where you have to use a Tyrantrum to basically help a movie director film a movie, right? But one of the cutest things that I was like, oh my god, I cannot believe it, that's so adorable, is that, so I obviously used my Tyrantrum, which was Chomper, as the movie star, and the thing is that my character, my trainer, is, like, obviously supposed to be, like, is in the movie, right? I think as, like, an extra or something, but Chomper just fucking came up, and the way I imagine it is that it's, like, Chomper just, like, is that Chomper was basically just acting so friendly towards me, towards my trainer, because it's like, and it's especially cute considering that it's like, considering that, you know, I got a jaw fossil, meaning I got Chomper at level 1 or level 5 or whatever, like as a baby Tyrant, and I raised him up to level 60 something. So the idea that like this big baby, like this big bitch that I raised from a babu to this terrifying monstrosity would bow down to me, and it's just like nuzzling its giant ass head into my body. It's just, it's so cute! And I'm like, ah! Cute! Kawaii! But yeah, I just think, but yeah, it's like, listen, I can acknowledge that this Pokemon is scary, intimidating, and strong, and magnificent. But it can also be cute. It can also be cute. Where would I place this? I'm thinking A. It's a very high A, though. It's actually really funny that I say, like, listen, a Pokemon can be intimidating and strong and powerful and magnificent, but also cute. And I'm like, why does that sound like a lot of characters lately? It's like here's your strong, powerful man, but he can be cute too as a baby. Oh, Chomper. Alright, do I need to refresh my tabs yet? Not yet. Anyway, now, unfortunately, as much as I love Tyrant, I have a favorite among the fossils, and the next one is my favorite. This is the one that I'm like, yeah, nah, this is my favorite fossil, hands down. And that is Amara. Look at this little thing! That's Littlefoot right there. Listen, we had Chomper, now we have Littlefoot. God, I'm pulling up every window but the OBS. Alright. Amara / Amorusu is known as the Tundra Pokemon. It is a dual rock-ice type that is revived from a sail fossil and evolves into Aurorus when leveled up at night at level 39. It has Refrigerate as a regular ability, with Snow Warning as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Amara is a quadrupedal dinosaurian Pokemon that resembles a sauropod. It is light blue with a white underbelly. It has a long neck, a short stubby tail, and a single white claw on each hind foot. Above each of its large, deep blue eyes is an iridescent sail-like structure. Typically, the sails are yellow at the bottom and fade into pink toward the tips. On each side of its body is a dark blue crystal. Pokemon Ami has demonstrated that its sails can change color with its mood, and the crystals on its sides permanently remain at freezing temperatures. This ancient Pokemon was restored from a sail fossil that had been frozen in ice for over 100 million years. However, although Amara was restored successfully, it is not expected to live long in the heat of the current environment. That's really topical. It calmly lived in cold lands where there were no violent predators like Tyrantrum around. As seen in the anime episode Coming Back into the Cold, when Amara whinnies, auroras appear in the night sky. Aw, such a sweetheart. In Generation 8, Amara and its evolved form Aurorus were the only known Pokemon that could have Refrigerate as an ability. And as for the stats, so HP is its highest at 77, with special attack at 67, nice, special defense at 63, physical attack at 59, physical defense at 50, and speed at 46. So yeah, I think this is a real... I'm sorry, alright? This is easily the cutest fossil Pokemon that I've ever fucking seen. You know, I'm like that one, I don't know if she's become a PokeTuber, but I know she's a cosplayer. Oh god, what's her name? I think it's like Jada or something like that, like Jayda. I think her name is Jada. Like, I think if you have hung around PokeTwitter or something and seen a woman crying, because I've seen the thumbnails of her, but like she's crying over Amara and Aurorus. That's basically me with Amara and Aurorus. Like, I love Amara. It's so cute and it's so like, I love the color palettes, honestly. And I love its color palette, but I also like, I mean, it is one of my dreams. It is one of my dreams to see the Northern Lights, to see Aurora Borealis one day in my life. You know, and I love the fact that we have a Pokemon that can make that happen. So, man, if I had an Amara and I could somehow get it to make noise, I would have the Northern Lights just right there in front of my house. Okay, that was the dog. I thought that was thunder. But yeah, Amara is so cute. And it has actually helped me a lot. I think, like, it tries its best. Littlefoot tries his best. Honestly, I would put it in the S tier. Man, our first pre-evolved form in the S tier. We have not had that since. We have not had that at all this tier list. But yeah, Amara's adorable. I think it deserves plushies. Maybe there's a reason why, I need to look up to see, like, what plushies has the Pokemon Company made that aren't just the starters and the, you know, the starters, the legendaries, whatever. Because, I mean, to be fair, I have been watching the VGC stuff, and I saw that they made one of Terapagos. There's also one of... I saw a Chandelure one. I think there's also Whimsicott. Anyway, next up is Aurorus. Aurorus slash Amaruruga. Amaruruga! That's cute. Is also known as the Tundra Pokemon, retaining its rock ice typing along with its abilities. And the biology states... Aurorus is a quadrupedal dinosaurian Pokemon that resembles a sauropod. It is primarily blue with a light blue underside. It has bright blue eyes, a long neck, and a long tapering tail with a teardrop-shaped tip. On its head is a V-shaped white marking with a single light blue crystal in the center. 2 large flowing sails extend from the top of its head and run down the length of its neck. The sails are pale whitish yellow at the base and fade into a pale bluish purple at the edges. However, its sails can change color depending on its mood as seen in Pokemon Me. Running the length of its body on either side is a line of small ice crystals. There are 3 claw toes on its hind legs, but 1 large nail and a single claw on its forelegs. Aurorus is usually quiet and kind, but can create ice walls or encase enemies in ice when enraged. The crystals on its body produce freezing air as cold as negative 240 degrees Fahrenheit / 150 degrees Celsius. One Aurorus was discovered frozen in a glacier as it looked a long time ago. It is said that when Aurorus howls, several Auroras will then appear in the sky. Oh, so this motherfucker is just Aang, right? Like, frozen in a glacier? In Generation 8, Auroras and its pre-evolved form Amara were the only known Pokemon that could have Refrigerate as an ability. And as for the stats... Alright, so HP is its highest at 123, with special attack at 99, special defense at 92, physical attack at 77, physical defense at 72, and speed at 58. So yeah, I honestly think Amara is like probably the cutest fossil Pokemon to me. Aurorus is probably the most beautiful fossil Pokemon to me. Like, I say it's beautiful, right? Like, I mean, look at this. Like, again, the coloring continues to be immaculate, right? And the sails, oh my, I love how they call these sails, these are called sails, but to me, I always kind of figured that they were kind of like membranes, if that makes sense. I don't know, I guess like if we ever had the idea to feel these would be like membrane-like. But, yeah, and God, if you've heard its cry, too, it's so, like, whoa. Sends a shiver down your spine. But, yeah, Littlefoot has helped me so much in ZA. Like, Littlefoot, I think, is, like, one of those Pokemon where it's, like, listen, I get that it's a risk to send it out against certain Pokemon, but, man, does Littlefoot make it worth it. Like, he helps me out so much. And it's so pretty. I don't know, it's like, the eponymous Littlefoot to me is this. Again, I'm much like Jada, where it's like, I'm a cry over the best. I'm trying to remember, because I watched a couple of her clips reacting to this. How did she describe it one time? Like, it wasn't like, was it like, you know, look at this diva! Or something like that. Like, look at this diva, she's so pretty! It was something like that. I love her reactions, it's so good. Like, I get it, yeah, nah, like, Aurorus is a bit of a diva, I will give you that. Honestly, I'll put it in the S tier, it's so nice. But yeah, Aurorus. I'm going crazy right now. But yeah, I mean, yeah, but the name also sounds really nice too, and it's also just one letter off from Aurora's. Maybe if I ever get a female Amara, I'll just name it Aurora. Alright, do I need to refresh my tabs? Yes, I do. Okay, chotomate. Usually if I have to do that, that means I'm close to the halfway point. Okay. Let's see. How many Pokemon do we have left? 4! Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Oh boy. Okay, this one I have a bit of a special story with. Oh, this was one of the Pokemon that they used to like really sell you the fairy typing, and it's one of the it's the last new evolution, Sylveon, better yet known as the trans Pokemon, because I think it's the shiny form. No, wait, no, it's this form because you can because these are all the colors of the trans flag. Speaking of which, trans rights are human rights. I don't care what anybody says. Trans people are humans too. They don't deserve to die. Anyway, so Sylveon / Nymphia is known as the intertwining Pokemon. It is a pure fairy type that evolves from Eevee when leveled up while knowing a fairy type move and having high friendship. It has Cute Charm as a regular ability, with Pixelate as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Sylveon is a quadrupedal mammalian Pokemon covered with pale cream-colored fur with pink feet, ears, and tail. It has light blue eyes, long ears with blue interiors and thicker fur, a tiny nose, 2 straight tufts of fur on top of its head, and 2 pointed teeth which can be seen when it opens its mouth. There are 2 bows on its body, one at the base of its left ear and one at its neck. Each bow is pale cream with a pink center and trails a pair of ribbon-like feelers. These feelers, which can be manipulated like limbs and extended far beyond their typical length, are pale cream and end at the tips with a pink stripe, then a dark blue stripe, and then a light blue color. It has slender legs with small 3-toed paws and a fluffy, slightly curved tail. Sylveon's ribbon-like feelers emit a soothing aura that erases any sense of hostility, enabling it to stop fights instantly. It will also wrap its feelers around its trainer's arm as they walk together, which allows it to read their feelings. When hunting, it distracts its prey by swirling around its feelers and using its aura to weaken its target's enmity before pouncing on it. When a fight breaks out between Sylveon and a dragon Pokemon, it will bravely charge at its opponent even if it is much bigger. In Galar, this feat is told as a fairy tale. It moves with graceful precision, feelers trembling as it glides about, but its piercing moves strike straight at its foes' weak spots. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Sylveon's aura can allow any nearby trainers to obtain a good night's sleep. It enjoys living in flower meadows where it dances while releasing its calming energy. In Generation 8, Sylveon was the only known Pokemon that could have Pixelate as an ability. And as for the stats, special defense is its highest at 130, with special attack at 110, HP at 95, both physical attack and physical defense at 65, and speed at 60. Alright, so Sylveon. So here's the thing. When I first played through X, unfortunately, I was one of those stupid people who did not realize how good Sylveon was. I then replayed through, I think, when was it that I got Sylveon actually? Was it during my first playthrough of Moon? I think it might have been. And yeah, no, I get it. No, Sylveon is good. And by the way, if you want to know, I usually, because remember how when I was ranking the Flabebe line, I called her Titania, the Queen of the Fairies? Well, guess what? Titania had a husband. And guess what I named the Sylveon after? The King of Fairies, Oberon. Though I will say, And actually, in Legend ZA, I caught an Eevee, a female Eevee, and the thing is, that was the Eevee I was like, okay, I need to catch an Eevee so I can have another fairy type. So I got a female Sylveon, completely by coincidence, I wasn't trying to. And I was like, fuck, I can't name an Oberon because that's a king, this is a queen. But I already have Titania. So then I was like, well, what other fae, what other, like, distinct fae being do I know of? And then I was like, oh, right. Crit Roll Campaign 3. Morrigan. So yeah, I named my Sylveon in ZA, Morrigan, or Mori for short. But yeah, I actually really like Sylveon's design. Like, I think it is so cute. And I think it is so cute. And granted, I know that the trans, again, I know that I think the trans flag colors are coincidence. But I love the fact that, like, Sylveon has since become, like, the Pokemon to represent, you know, trans people. And I remember seeing a lot of comics, actually, when X and Y first came out. Like, the fan art about how people would use Sylveon as a way to, like, mark their trans journeys, and I'm like, oh, that's so sweet. I love it so much. I mean, granted, that then became Poplio's whole thing, which we will get to eventually. But, yeah, I also just really like Sylveon's design overall. Like, I love that, like, I don't know, like, I really like, you know, how it's so pink. It's such a nice pink. It has the ribbons, it has the bows, like, basically, it is such an effeminate Pokemon. You know, and I say that because of the fact that Eevee is predominantly male. Like, it is 87% male with only a 12% leaning towards female. So the fact that they went with this design anyway, despite that, it's like, I don't know, it really goes to show that, like, how, I mean, first of all, Pokemon don't give a fuck about gender roles and all that. But I don't know, I think it also just, you know, but it also helped that Sylveon pissed off a lot of crybabies who were like, you know, oh my god, this is too girly, this is like an F slur, pretty much. I saw that, unfortunately. But yeah, I think Sylveon is also just really good in battle, and I've used a Sylveon plenty of times. Like, it is one of the must-have Pokemon of my team if I need a fairy type. And also the shiny form of Sylveon is really good, too. My thing is, would I put it in A or S? You know what? Because I have so much nostalgia factor for Sylveon, I'll actually put it in S. It's also actually interesting, too, the fact that it's called Sylveon. Because I think about sylphs. I think those are a type of fae, right? Let me check real quick. Alright, let me see. Go scrolling down. Yeah, I was right! It was Sylph! And Sylv... Okay, so I'm looking at this. And actually, it's interesting, because there's a section on Bulbapedia, the trivia section, but there's a sub one called The Concept and Development. So Sylveon was designed by Atsuko Nishida. According to Nishida, it is a reimagination of stereotypical modern fairies. Winged human-shaped beings like Tinkerbell. Moreover, Sylveon's color scheme was chosen because it isn't found in nature, emphasizing it as a fantastical creature. That's interesting. That's interesting, the fact that the colors were picked specifically because it's meant to emphasize how fantastical it is. But yeah, I'm looking at the name origin, and I was right. It may be based off of Sylph, which is a elemental of air that's usually identified with fairies. But there's also Sylvan, along with Sylvanus, which is a Roman deity of the woods and uncultivated land. Nymphia, the Japanese name may be derived from nymph, which is another thing for fairies. Interesting. Neat. I love it. We love learning about Pokemon here. Alright. Next up, we have our penultimate Mega, and this one was actually one that wasn't, this was one that was revealed in in the months leading up to ZA, and that is not Sylveon again, I promise. I thought I got you. Alright. Hawlucha. Let me get the Mega real quick, and you know that's not going to be ripped from the game. And I will say, this Mega is also pretty nice. There it is. Mega Hawlucha. Alright, so Hawlucha slash Luchabull is known as the wrestling Pokemon. It is a dual fighting flying type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It can have Limber or Unburden as regular abilities with Mold Breaker as a hidden ability. However, when it Mega Evolves, it gains No Guard as an ability. And the biology states, Hawlucha is a bipedal bird-like Pokemon with colorful plumage. Its head curves into a beak shape in the front, but its mouth is located in a white patch under the beak's curve. It has a spring green mask-like marking across its face, an orange blaze running from its forehead to the back of its neck, an orange ring around each eye, and a small red patch at the tip of its beak. There is black space around its eyes, which are yellow with paler yellow sclera. On the back of its head are 3 rectangular tassel-like feathers. Its red cape-like wings have spring green undersides and are connected to its feathery tail. Near the tip of each wing is a 3-clawed hand. Its front is white and with a line of red along its neck and the top of its chest. It has small yellow feet with 3 toes each. This forest-dwelling Pokemon prefers to live a quiet and solitary life, which makes the noisy Primeape its natural enemy. Despite its small body, Hawlucha's proficiency in fighting allows it to keep up with bigger fighters, such as Machamp and Hariyama. It overwhelms its opponents with quick and nimble moves, exploiting their blind spots and controlling its position in the air with its wings. One of its favorite tactics is to strike from above, because it is difficult for opponents to defend against. Once its foes driven to exhaustion, Hawlucha is compelled to show off with a flashy finishing move, which it has practiced in the forests it calls home. However, opponents can sometimes exploit its vanity to gain the upper hand. Hawlucha is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Flying Press by leveling up. And that is such a good move, actually. And as for the Mega Hawlucha becomes larger and bulkier thanks to the energy of Mega Evolution coursing through its muscles. Its face is black with a gold arrow-like pattern running down from the top, a gold coloration at its snout, and gold eyelash-like decorations around its blank white eyes, giving the impression of a luchador mask. Its head feathers have become longer, and it gains more plumage around its neck, legs resembling shin guards, and waist forming a belt around it. Its wings have also become sharper and more curved in shape. The 3 central plumes on its wings have an elaborate black and gold patterning on the back of their tips. Mega Hawlucha gains a large golden chest plate with black stripes around the edges that covers its shoulders and forearms. Mega Evolution increases Hawlucha's attacking and defensive capabilities, allowing it to use its muscles to tank hits from opponents' moves. It enjoys flexing to show off its newfound strength. Mega Hawlucha's heightened defense also allows it to showboat and display its toughness and beauty, holding out its hands and spreading its wings without worrying about letting its guard down. By luring its opponent into attacking, it is able to retaliate with a flinch-inducing move before diving at them with its signature move. Alright, as for the stats. So speed is its highest at 118, with physical attack at 92, HP at 78, physical defense at 75, special attack at 74, and special defense at 63. However, when it Mega Evolves, it gains a 100-point boost to its total, with actually its physical attack going up to 137, with physical defense at 100. Special defense goes up to 93, whereas its speed, HP, and special attack all remain the same. That's fair. So I will say this, Hawlucha is definitely one of those Pokemon where it's like, I don't think it'll go in S tier, but I definitely think it is a good Pokemon nonetheless. I mean, that typing is great. Like, it's, like, it gets rid of one of its weaknesses, which is flying. I think it might also make psychic attacks neutral? Let me see. No, it doesn't. Okay. Oh, it doesn't get rid of its... Oh, wait. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh, that's weak. Oh, that's bullshit. Why not get rid of the fucking flying weakness? Why is it considered weak to flying? Well, I guess in a way it's like, well, at least we can get rid of the ice types. You know, that would kill it for flying. And the flying types for the fighting. But, yeah, I will say, but yeah, I name my, Hawlucha Libra, because I heard of the word limber, and I'm like, I'll name it to Libra instead, I don't know. Which, you know, but I honestly really like the design of this Pokemon, because it's meant to showcase, like, a wrestler, right? You know, and this is one of those, like, older wrestlers where it's like, yeah, no, there's meant to be showboating and shit. And then you have Mega Hawlucha here, where it's like, that's a luchador, baby. That is a luchador. You know, it's actually, you know, I actually wonder if anyone's ever, like, made fan art of Hawlucha and Incineroar, you know, like, doing a wrestling match together. There has to be, right? Considering how closely those two are with it. But, yeah, Hawlucha I think is a pretty neat Pokemon. Like, I love how fast and strong it is. Like, trust me, Libra always always finds a way into my heart. And into my team, too. But this Mega, though, like, I don't know how to describe the, like, I think the Mega is just, it is honestly perfect for me. Like, I love I love how the green and the red just blend together. And then you have the white. Like, this is, like, excuse me, what do they call the good wrestlers? The faces? Because I know that the wrestlers who played, like, the villain roles are called heels. Are the ones who play the heroes, like, faces? I imagine that's what a lot of luchadors are like. But, yeah, I really like Hawlucha, and I think the Mega's, like, just really nice. It's interesting how I don't think Mega Hawlucha got a lot of fanfare compared to Dragonite and, Malamar, because I think this was in between those two. But, I honestly think that's honestly a bit of a sad thing that Mega Hawlucha didn't really get a lot of fanfare compared to its predecessor and its successor, but hey, at least I'm here to appreciate it, alright? Honestly, I think A tier is good. As I said, I don't think I would put it in S tier, if only because, like, unfortunately, like, the weakness, I genuinely thought I got rid of the flying weakness, but I guess not. But, I think the defenses are not that good, right? I mean, hey, the physical attack, though, is pretty solid, I would say. But, yeah, so Hawlucha goes in A tier. Have we gotten any high Bs? I think it's only been NK, right? Yeah, everything else has either been, like, the worst or the best. Alright, so that was the penultimate, Mega Evo. We'll get to the Mega after the break. But, speaking of penultimate, here's our penultimate Pokemon before we go to intermission. And, of course, it's a Pikachu clone. Dedenne. Alright, Dedenne, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the Antenna Pokemon. It is a dual electric fairy type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It can have either Cheek Pouch or Pickup as regular abilities, with Plus as a hidden ability. And as for the biology, Dedenne is a bipedal orange rodent-like Pokemon with a round body. It's a fucking hamster, okay? It is a fucking hamster. I mean, I think, right? Because, well, actually, this can be a hamster, right? I don't know. Anyway, It has round black ears with pale yellow interiors, black eyes, a tiny nose, and a prominent upper incisor with a slight point. On each cheek is a circular dark orange electric sac with 2 black whiskers. The upper whiskers have branches and resemble antennae, while the lower whiskers are simple. There's a thick black stripe down its back, and it has a pale yellow belly. It has stubby limbs with 3 digits on each paw, and a long, thin black tail with a tuft of fur on the tip. Dedene's upper whiskers serve as antennae that can send and receive electrical waves. This allows it to communicate with others of its kind over great distances, sharing locations of food or electricity, and sense its surroundings. The simple lower whiskers are organs that can fire electricity. However, Dedenne is small and its electricity-generating organ is underdeveloped, making it unable to generate a lot of electricity on its own. It absorbs electricity from other electric Pokemon or from homes and buildings by plugging its tail into outlets. Dedenne are known to live near humans due to this behavior. When it is low on charge, it curls up and sleeps. As mentioned in the sleep-style decks, Dedenne will occasionally fall asleep while sucking on its tail. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. It is believed that Dedenne does this due to being happy with all the electricity it absorbed. And as for the stats, unsurprisingly, for a electric type, speed is its highest at 101 with special attack at 81, HP and special defense both at 67 with physical attack at 58 and physical defense at 57. Alright. So as I said, this is the Pikachu clone for Kalos, and I will say that, I mean, it's cute, but I never had an urge to get this thing. I don't know, I think it's just because, I think at this point I'm just getting a little bit sick of the Pikachu clones. But unfortunately, we gotta deal with it because, you know, Pikachu is the best-selling Pokemon of all time, which is deserved, but unfortunately it comes with, that comes with drawbacks. But I will say, I thought it was a hamster. Like, it looks like a hamster to me. Although technically, because I was thinking, it's like, well, wait a minute, what are the other Pikachu clones? Because, Alola has Togedemaru, but that's a hedgehog. And Galar has Morpeko, and that's a hamster. That's a hamster. And I think if I remember right, Paldea has the Palmy line, right? It should. I think that's the Pikachu clone for that region. But, yeah, I don't really have any special feelings towards Dedenne, like, I mean, it's cute, but I will say, I did not know it sucked on its it's like a baby sucking on its thumb. That's adorable. But, I will say, I think if anything, I just feel more annoyance toward this thing, because I've battled against Dedenne hundreds of times in ZA, and it's like, God, you're so fucking annoying with the... Let's see. It's definitely somewhere on the B tier. It's just, do I want to be nice and put it in the high B tier, or do I want to be honest and put it in the low B tier? Honestly, it is cute, even if it's not my preferred cuteness. And again, it's a Pikachu clone, and it's like, I feel like I have to, like, be nice to the Pikachu clone, even if, like, it's not one of my favorites, so I'll put it in the high B tier. Dedenne. Again, I feel like it's a fucking hamster. I'm gonna look. Is it based off of a hamster? Or is it another type of mouse? Let me see. It's a... Well, Dedenne seems to be based off of a dormouse, with some elements from gerbils and hamsters. So I guess in a way I was kind of right. It has some elements of hamster in it, but it's not supposed to be a hamster. It's supposed to be a dormouse, which is a really tiny mouse species. I guess. Anyway. Alright, so Next up is the last Pokemon that we'll be ranking before we have to go into intermission. And this is the one that I'm surprised doesn't have an evolution. And that is Carbink. Alright, so Carbink slash Medici is known as the Jewel Pokemon. It is a dual rock fairy type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. But it is related to Diancie, a mutated version of it. I fucking knew that they had to be related. It has Clear Body as a regular ability and Sturdy as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Carbink is a gray rock-like Pokemon with a conical body. Its body has light blue crystals of various shapes and sizes embedded in it. A white fluffy collar surrounds its small head. It uses this soft mane to polish the gems of other Carbink. It has bright blue eyes, a light blue crystal on top of its head, and flat diamond-shaped earrings. In some media depictions, mainly, apparently according to this, the movie, Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction, the fluffy collar, ears, and pattern of the blue crystals on the Carbink's body can differ based on size and crystal pattern. Due to its small stature, it ties with Minior and Dwebble as the shortest rock-type Pokemon. Carbink is born from the high temperatures and pressures underground. Since then, it has slept underground for millions of years. It is also occasionally found during cave excavations. It is known to compare its hard body with those of Geodude and Roggenrola. It is known to be preyed upon by Sableye and caught by Gabite. Carbink defends itself by shooting high-energy beams from the gem on its head and other parts of its body. Although Carbink are not specially rare, the jewels on its body draw the attention from people. Rarely, Carbink will undergo a strange mutation and transform into the mythical Pokemon Diancie. Ah, okay. It is said that a pack of Carbink lives with the Diancie Queen in a jeweled kingdom deep underground. I'm assuming that's also from the movie, right? The Diamond Domain? What the fuck is this? Like Homeworld from Steven Universe? It is also said that there lies a mineral vein housing another larger pack of Carbink with another Diancie Queen. Carbink is also one of the few Pokemon found in the Area Zero Underdepths. Area Zero Underdepths. Underdepths. Oh my god! That is so mean! Anyway, these stats. Oh wow, okay. Physical defense and special defense both are tied at its highest at 150, with HP, physical attack, special attack, and speed all at 50. So, Carbink. I will say, like, it's not ugly. I think it can be cute. But the thing is, there's just nothing to do with this thing, honestly. Like here's the thing. I have caught Carbink before, but I honestly have never used it. Like, I caught it just to be like, well, I have it. I think it's neat. But, yeah. I mean, I will say, like, in the area that I think you first encountered Carbink in X and Y, which is the, oh, what do they call it? Reflection Cave, I think? Like, that's the cave, right? That you can find it in? Yeah, Reflection Cave. Like, you see these things, you know, come down to you, and it's like, oh. I will say, though, I'm so glad that I am right that these have to be related to Diancie in some way, considering, like, have you seen the two together? But, okay, so they can only, so Carbink can only become Diancie if it has a, I guess, like, if it has a gene in it that, like, allows it to mutate into the pink. Once again, are we dealing with another trans Pokemon? Because, like, Carbink is blue, but Diancie is pink. But, yeah. But yeah, I've never really used a Carbink for anything other than just like, here you go, you got the Dex entry for it, you're gonna hang out in my Pokédex, you're gonna hang out in my boxes, that's it. Hope you have fun! But, yeah, I don't think it's anything special, honestly. I will probably put it in the low B tier. Though I will say, saying the name Carbink is just interesting. It's cute. Carbink, 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 Carbink. Where does the name come from, by the way? Like, I'm curious. Oh, Carbuncle! Okay. Oh, okay. It's interesting, because I know of a Carbuncle, but from my very low knowledge of Final Fantasy. Like, I've only played through half of Final Fantasy 15, and I know there's a thing, and I know that there's a creature in there called Carbuncle. But yeah, I will say, another fucking... I mean, I guess that's the point. It's like, I mean, again, like X and Y... I mean, again, this was when fairy types were introduced, and obviously they probably used a lot of, you know, of fairy creatures, fae, to help them with making some of these Pokemon, so... Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so we finished off... so yeah, we're at the intermission point, but let's just do a quick recap of our tiers here. So, in the S tier, we have Talonflame, Florges, Pangoro, Aegislash, Malamar, Amura, Aurorus, and Sylveon. A tier, Breaksim, Delphox, Greninja, Vivillon, Pyroar, Floette, Skidoo, Pancham, Honedge, Doublade, Dragouch, Tyrunt, Tyrantrum, and Hawlucha. In the high B tier, Fennekin, Froakie, Frogadier, Bunnelby, Fletchling, Fletchinder, Litleo, Flabebe, Go-Go, Meowstic, Spritzy, Swirlix, Slurpuff, Inkay, and Dedenne. Low B tier, Chespin, Quilladin, Chestnut, Scatterbug, Spupa, Furfrou, Esper, Babaracle, Skrelp, Clauncher, Clawitzer, Helioptile, Heliolisk, and Carbink. And in the C tier, Diggersby, Aromatisse, and Binacle. Alrighty. Alright, so let me switch over to the waiting screen. Oh, this is the Kalos League music. Alright, getting my tabs ready. Alright, let me unload those tabs real quick without YouTube throwing a shit fit. Okay. Alright, gotta refresh my YouTube tabs. Damn, I'm actually getting hungry. I might have to... I'm probably gonna get something to eat. And eat it while I take my little break. I do need to stretch, too. I'm getting older. I'm probably gonna need to start really, like, considering, putting stretching into my routine. Because, by the way, my birthday came by last Tuesday, so I am now 29! Woo! 1 year off from 30. There it is. I was like, where's my lo-fi music? I probably got copyright again. Let's see, turn it up a little bit. Video player is currently loading. What do you mean? I was gonna say, like, what are you talking about? Okay. Get that tab back up. Oh god, okay. Sorry, I looked over at my TV, which I had muted just to glance, and I immediately saw one of the worst things ever from the Wuthering Heights movie, because they're still showing ads for it up for streaming platforms. I'm like, ah! No! Anyway. So, we are currently at break, and we're gonna probably be taking it for 30 to 40 minutes at least, and what this means is that you can go get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, basically do whatever it is you want, because we're going to be taking a break for a little bit. And speaking of which, I have things to talk about. I haven't forgotten. And it's going to be so fun. But, yeah, so I'm going to have my mic muted while I get something, while I go eat something real quick. I have to go to the bathroom. I also have to check on the dog to make sure she's doing fine. But, yeah. So I'll be right back. Actually, let me see. What is this muted? I really should have like a separate text thing for this. Alright, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me change this up real quick. Actually, there we go. Okay, now we have that back. Ate a quick Pop-Tart in my stomach. Dog is doing great. And I was able to check Twitter and again, I'm always so afraid of like checking Twitter whenever I'm streaming because I've talked about this before where I'm always afraid that like I'm gonna miss something. You know, like I'm afraid I'm gonna miss something because I'm streaming, and that has happened a couple times. But thankfully, things have actually been going. Excuse me, have actually been doing pretty well in terms of the VTube and stuff. So yay. I will say that, like, just to give a quick aside to that, it's like, why are so many corpos, like, debuting? And normally it's like, I wouldn't care, but the fact that it's getting, like, recommended to me on Twitter, and I'm also seeing people that I'm like, oh, I know who you are, you know, talking about these people, I'm like, okay, I gotta check you out now. God, I watched, like, 5 girls debut from one corpo, like I think like almost 3 weeks ago, and then yesterday I watched 2 VTubers debut from another corpo yesterday, and after this stream ends, I'm gonna be watching the other 2 VTubers from that corpo and their debut as well, and it's like, motherfucker, there's so many. I mean, granted, it's giving me more people to watch, which is fine, but jeez. But so, last I left you off at, I said that I was close to finishing the Wuthering Heights. I'm here to tell you that I did finish it, and I really liked it. And I do recommend it to people. I would just say, however, that the first half of the book, like, basically, the first half of the book, I understand why a lot of movies and TV series and such, like, adapt only that half of the book. It is entertaining, but honestly, I think the second half of the book is just as entertaining in its own right. But I will say that it is, oh my god, it is hella depressing. Like, once you get, like, the second half is just depression upon depression. Granted, it does end, I would argue happily? Like, I would argue it ends happily, because, I mean, which is a crazy thing to say considering that, like, Heathcliff is dead, spoiler alert, at the end of the book, but honestly, to me, after everything that he has done, it's kind of deserved. It's kind of deserved, honestly. But if there is one thing I will say about the ending that I'm probably gonna sound like a contrarian because okay, so it's never stated outright, but it is heavily implied that, spoiler alert, Catherine died at the end of the first half of the book, right? And Heathcliff dies at the end of the book. But it is heavily implied that now that both of those two are dead, they are now able to wander the earth and be together in spirit, right? Like, they're able to be together in the afterlife. And it's interesting that many people take that as, like, a good thing, when, to me, honestly, I don't like that. Because, and I'm free, and people are free to disagree with me on this, but I don't think Heathcliff deserves that. Like, after all the shit he has done in the book, especially to, you know, little Kathy, like Catherine's daughter, after all the shit he had done to her, you know, all the shit he had done to Isabella, all the shit he had done to his own son. Why does he get to have that happiness? Like, why should he get to wander the earth with Catherine at his side? It's like, no, I don't think he deserves that. I don't think he should get that at all. Because the way that I see it is that, like, if he gets that, that makes it seem as if, like, he's getting rewarded for everything. Like, basically, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, he's getting rewarded for everything he has done. And I don't like that. Like, I don't like that implication. Like, I don't think he should get to be with Catherine after all that. It's like, no. Like, you treated her daughter terribly. You treated your own son like garbage. You treated your wife like worse than garbage. And it's implied that you ard her to have your child. Like, no, you don't get to have that happy ending with Catherine. No. I don't like, that may be a hot take from me. Because, like, don't get me wrong when I say, like, Catherine, again, she is her own mess of whatever. But I would argue she did not do nearly as bad as Heathcliff did. I mean, yeah, they're both victims in their own right, but again, I think, like, in terms of being, like, perpetrators, Catherine's, like, less evil than Heathcliff. Like, maybe that's a hot take. Maybe, I mean, not a hot take to say that, but I think in terms of, like, oh, Heathcliff and Catherine deserve to, you know, wander the earth forever as spirits. It's like, no, I don't think he deserves to have that. But again, maybe that's a hot take. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't know. Wait, is this the track that I really like? Yeah, it is. Oh god, what does this remind me of? This track reminds me of another music track I've heard, but I don't remember what. But yeah, so I finished Wuthering Heights, and I'm currently on, so I got my books that I ordered for my birthday a couple weeks ago. They all came in the mail that Monday. I was like, oh, cool, great, fantastic. But I'm currently in the middle of reading one of them, and I'm almost done with it. It is The Everlasting by Alex E. Harrow, and oh, Jesus Christ, this book is actually a lot, and I mean that in the good way. Like, I don't want to, like, spoil anything about it, because I honestly think it's worth it to read it. You know, it's honestly worth it to read it. Because, this book is, like, has easily become one of my favorites that I've ever read. Like, I would, like, I'm not finished with it yet. Like, I will say, I'm, like, I think probably, I mean, I don't know, like, it's over 300 pages, just over 300 pages, and I'm, like, at 280, so clearly I'm, like, around 20-ish pages away from the ending. But, yeah, this book is very good. Like, if you ever want to know how much this book has affected me, I haven't outright cried from it yet, but I've definitely teared up, like, 5 times. I've teared up, like, 5 times reading this. And there's actually some really good commentary on a lot of different things, but, like, there was definitely one, I don't want to spoil it, so I'm not going to say too much about it, but there's one topic that this book touches upon that I am very intimate with as a woman who struggles with I don't want to say being seen as one, but like feeling like one, if that makes sense. And oh my god, I never thought that one line would just describe what it's like, what it was like being me at a time where I hated being a girl, let's just say. But yeah, I would highly recommend this book. Like, it's honestly up there in regards to The House in Fata Morgana as one of my favorite stories of all time, because of the fact I genuinely cannot think of anything bad to say about it. Like, not even in terms of, like, just, like, what critiques I would have. Like, I genuinely can't think of any, like, even minor critiques to have about it. And that means something, considering that one of my other favorite books of all time, A Bone in His Teeth, had some things I could critique about it. Which is shocking. But yeah. It's only 300 pages. And I understand that for some people, even that's a bit of a big read. But I will say this is divvied up into parts, quote unquote. And I think there's only like 4 parts in this. So, yeah. I will say some of the chapters are pretty long. And there's not really much of any scene breaks, so yeah. But again, highly recommend this. It's so good. It's so good. And I'm probably gonna cry at the ending, because I don't know how it's gonna end. But, yeah. But yeah, definitely one of my favorite books of all time. Already. And that's not... And it's interesting to say that without knowing how it ends. But honestly, I think this book can probably stick the landing, whatever it's going to be. I mean, I have an idea of what the ending could be, but then again, I thought the same thing about The House of Fata Morgana's ending, where I thought it was going to be one thing, and it turned out to be actually better than I thought it would be. So who knows? Maybe this book could end the same way. Who knows? But yeah, so that's been fun. I've just been going through it because it's like I'm so invested to see, like, you know, how does this progress, you know? But speaking of books, so I finally get to talk about this. So if y'all remember from actually, how many months ago was it? Was it back in February or March? It might have been February. Regardless, it was during one of the streams. Oh, it might have been during one of the Katawa Shoujo streams. So that's probably March or February. But so y'all remember, if you were here during that time, obviously, that I talked about how I've really been getting the urge to write a book, right? Specifically a dark romance book, because during that time I had just watched a book review that of a dark romance, or as the book would market it itself as, an erotic splatterpunk, and how that book genuinely disgusted me so much. Like, genuinely made me so disgusted and gross, and just like, it was just bad, right? But regardless, that actually made me start really thinking about maybe writing a book where it's dark romance, but it's like my own spin on it. Well, I got around to it. Now, I should express, this is not a book in of itself. Like, this is not me writing the book, but it is basically me having written down the framework of a book. Now, unfortunately, I cannot go into detail about this because I'm a little afraid of someone stealing the idea, because, you know, people are opportunists, and with the advent of generative AI, yeah, I don't want to risk that. But at the very least, what I can discuss is that this is part of what I've been working on for the last few months. Like, this is what all the late nights have been for. Well, this and another thing, but yeah, so... But yeah, so let me see. Can I gather all the pages up here? That's not it. There it is. So, if y'all can hear that, like, those are all the pages I have used in this notebook to write stuff in. And, I will say, I think there's still some things I need to write in this. Thankfully, they're just minor things, but yeah, I started this, and, it's actually been pretty fun, honestly. Like I will say this, I don't know how to write a book. I've only ever written fics before, which are just, like, stories that are set in the grand scheme of things, but have mainly just been self-contained, you know, stories, right? That are, you know what I mean? Like, AO3 stuff, let's just say. But I genuinely don't know how I would write a book. I mean, at the very least, I will say that, I do have my characters figured out. My main characters, at least my protagonists. Villains are mostly figured out. I think there's still some things that need to be tweaked on and such, but that's neither here nor there. I actually have a beginning and ending figured out. Like, I know how I would want this to begin and how I would want it to end. And there's definitely certain scenes in here that I'm like, I can definitely picture being at this specific point in the story and for this specific reason. But yeah, this has actually been a lot of fun to do, if only because, like, it lets me write down thoughts that are just rolling around in my head, and, you know, and just kind of, like, think through, if that makes sense. But as I said, this is only the framework of a potential novel. And I say potential because I don't even know if I'm gonna write this. Like, I don't even know if I'm gonna write this because, again, I've been stuck in writer's block for years at this point. You know, although, to be fair, is it really writer's block at this point if it's not just an outright creative block? But even then, that doesn't make sense because it's like, well, how the fuck then did you write 2 of these things? And I'm like, I don't know. But, yeah, at the very least, I still decided to go on ahead with the initial idea I had, which was, dark romance meeting murder mystery. And it is queer. But, I think one of the biggest things that would set this apart from other books of its genre is the fact that, we're not dealing with a story about 2 characters falling in love. No, we're dealing with a story where the 2 characters are already in love. Like, they're already together, and they have been for years. Because this is obviously based off of my 2 OCs that have been together for years, like, in the universe, right? So, that's gonna be very interesting. Very interesting. We're also dealing with maybe some forbidden love stuff? I don't know. I guess. But I will say that, again, it's still a very rough work in progress, mainly because I do need to talk to people who have experience with the mystery genre as a whole and be like, okay, so what clues do I need to put down? Like, what clues do I need to put down? How do I make my true villain work? You know, like, and all of that. But hey, it's there, and I'm really proud of it. I'm really happy that, I got to do this. But, that's only the first thing I worked on. The second book, cause it was shortly out, I was when I was in the process of writing the first one down, that I was like, you know what, I have another idea that I could make into a second book, but this one's not a dark romance, this is just like this is probably, unfortunately, a romantasy, but hey, it doesn't deal with, it's not like many of the other romantasy books out there, and I know that's like a common thing to say, but genuinely, it's not. It's not like it's not like your typical romantasy stories. I mean, first of all, it's a standalone. There's no rebellion in it. There's no rebellion in it. There's no. I will say there's no enemies to lovers trope, which many romantasy books are littered with, because that's the hottest new thing, and I don't like that trope. I hate that trope with a passion. But this one is actually a lot. I think this one actually has a lot more work put into it as opposed to the other one. Because unlike the first book, where that one had a lot more thought put into it, this one just has a lot more stuff in it that isn't really important, or at least like in terms of the main story and all that. But I'm almost halfway through this composition book, because that's the thing, I wrote these in composition books, and this one is but I will say this is a Varith-centric story. This is a Varith-centric story, and it's based off of an idea I had for an alternate universe where, maybe these two characters are like this kind of thing. And that idea in of itself was also inspired from an unlikely place, which I don't want to discuss because I'm afraid of being embarrassed. But, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, I've been working on this and the other one for the last few months, and yeah, I don't know if I'll ever turn these into books, mainly because I don't even know if I would have the drive to do that. But hey, if I do get the drive to do that, I at least have a frame of reference. I at least have a frame of reference. But yeah, I will say it's been a lot of work trying to find the time to get that stuff down, because I'm a night owl, and you know, and the thing is that it's like I got so much stuff to do during the day that it's like by the time I finally get around to working on those two things, it's like close to 2 a.m, and I don't want to be spending too much time writing stuff down, because you know there's only so much time I can have to do that. That also doesn't result in my hand hurting, because unfortunately that's something that's been picked up, is that my hand will fucking hurt every time I sit down and write. So but yeah, it's been fun to do that, and I can only really hope that maybe, just maybe one day, I'll have a book under my name, maybe 2. Hell, I could get lucky and say 3, considering that I have the one book that I have the one idea I've been wanting to transform into a book for years at this point. But that's a story for another time. What else has happened? Actually, how long have we been going? It's been close to 2 hours. Not 2 hours, 3 hours. How long have I been going on this? Wow, okay, so just over a half hour? When did I unmute my mic? Oh, just about 20-ish minutes. Huh, interesting. Excuse me. I will say, I have been noticing a lot of stuff happening lately in terms of not just political stuff, but also in terms of the platforms. I know Muskrats decided to implement another new change that nobody liked on Twitter. But thankfully it was only on mobile. And and considering how long it took me to update Twitter to X, yeah, I'm probably not going to get that update for a while yet. I do know there was... God, do I want to talk about those the fandom stuff I've been seeing in regards to, like, that one web animation series that is going to be ending next month? I don't know if I want to... I honestly don't know if I want to talk about that, because, it's such a dumpster fire. And, I feel like it's... I don't know, it's like, it's such a hot button for controversy now that it's like, I don't know if I want to touch that. But I guess, like, if I want to give a shortened version of my opinion on that, it's a lot. It's a lot. Like, I never had any interest to watch the show, if only because, you know, I mean, it was just not my thing. Like, not my preference, right? But but I know a lot of people who are into that show. And I will say I don't have any plans to watch it. But, I do know that, yeah, I can definitely understand why a lot of people look at that fandom and are like, wow, the worst fan base. You know, it's funny too, because I mentioned the show when I was talking about Mega Babaracle and that silhouette of the Delta Room boss. I was like, oh, the Digital Circus OC. Again, I don't want to talk too much into that because, I mean, partly because I don't know what the fuck, like, sparked most of the vitriol I've seen. But what I will say is that, people are mean. People are mean. People are, what's the word? They're just awful. Because I will say, I don't think I've ever seen such a large group of people using social justice as a way to harass and potentially get someone to kill themselves against somebody that I don't think deserves it. You know, I mean, now I'm not gonna sit here and say that all of it is performative, but I definitely think some of it is. Like, because it's like, I don't know. I definitely think some of it is definitely performative. You know, like, nah, y'all only care about these issues because it suits your agenda, or it just gives you a reason to dislike the show or the creator. And it's like, man, wish y'all cared about it before. You know what's funny is like, you know what's funny is that I saw a tweet today, and it's so funny because I was thinking the exact same thing, like, before I saw the tweet. It was basically someone saying that, like, y'all want Glitch Productions to be, like, this evil animation studio with all the issues that you're saying are there, but you don't realize that y'all already had that, and its name was Rooster Teeth. And I never agreed harder. It's like, because, oh man, as somebody who did criticize Rooster Teeth and got anon messages telling me I was wrong for doing so, yeah, nah, it's so OP in that tweet was so right. You know, considering that Rooster Teeth has had multiple people come out, and I'm talking exclusively, not exclusively, but like animators and former employees and such, on Glassdoor saying that like they were crunched to hell and back. There was mismanagement all over the place, misappropriation of budget funds and all that. Like y'all, you have your studio right there, and guess what happened to it? It went bankrupt like a few years ago. And I danced on the fucking grave. Metaphorically, of course. And before anyone says, you know, before anyone like who has a stick up their ass tells me that like, oh, I celebrated like hundreds of people losing their jobs. Here's the thing though. I only wish that against the top performers of that company, meaning, you know, the executives, the upper management, etc., etc. No, I wish that because fuck them, all right? For the employees that weren't in those positions, the ones I actually feel sorry for, I said, I hope they manage to find jobs that treat them better, you know, because I think anything would be better than Rooster Teeth. And I was fucking right. But yeah, I love that. I probably should have retweeted that, honestly, and just added that, and just added my own opinion to it, because it's like, yeah, nah, this is so fucking true. Though, you know, it's actually funny though, you know, like relating to that, I know that another indie animation pilot got released within the last week that's made by, one of the members of Game Grumps. I haven't watched it, again, not interested in it, but I will say the fact that I'm seeing so many people, like, worry for that show, because it's like, you know, because obviously the Amazing Digital Circus is ending next month with the final episode being released, you know, and then we have Gameoverse, which, I mean, I don't think has been, I mean, publicly it hasn't been greenlit yet for an actual show, but I am seeing people say that there are rumors that, nah, it's been greenlit already. And it's like, oh boy, I really hope Ross can get through that. Like, there's only one, like, I will say, there's only one show that I do worry about getting hit with the TDAC treatment, which is Knights of Guinevere, because I watched the pilot, actually, back when it released in September, and I really liked it. Like, I'm genuinely interested to see, like, what is gonna happen. What is gonna happen. I've actually been keeping up a little bit on the goings-on of it. And one of the things that I'm somewhat bummed about, but I'm also understanding of, is that Dana Terrace said I think it was in a Q&A recently, like the latest one, I think, that she said that she doesn't know how long the show is going to be, but she is saying it's going to be, like, not too long running. And I think, and many people are speculating that that's going to be, like, a one-season only show. And granted, as much as I would like to see and as much as, like, there's a part of me that is like, oh, I would like to see a season 2, I'm also of the belief that, like, you know, that, hey, if she thinks that she, like, depending on, because here's the thing, depending on how the show ends, because obviously I don't know the ending, depending on how the show ends, like, it could be a point where it's like, yeah, no, I think I can understand why there's no season 2. Like, it ends with, you know, if not all of my questions, at least most of my questions answered. You know, because I'm very much, you know, as a creative myself, it's like, yeah, nah, I can completely understand, you know, feeling like you've told your story the way it was, you wanted it to be told, and you're happy with where you're at. Like, I get that. I completely get that. And yeah, I'm really excited to see how that show comes out. I just hope that the TDAC fan base, I don't know, just leaves that show the fuck alone, because I mean, because I already know that that Knights of Guinevere already got a couple of controversies, all because of trans people. And I know that sounds bad, but I mean in terms of like accusing Dana of being transphobic. And I shit you not, based off of how quickly she replied to a tweet. Like, not a tweet. No, it wasn't a tweet. It was on Blue Sky. It wasn't a tweet. It was on Blue Sky. Because the screenshots I saw, and it's like, are we really doing this? Like, are we really accusing people of being X, Y, and Z based on this very flimsy piece of evidence? Based off of how quick it took her to reply to somebody? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing here? What is this? What are we doing? Yeah, again, my whole opinion on that shit was just like, okay, how about we leave the playground antics back at the playground and actually act like adults? Like, come on. Like, we're all adults here, right? Or are we just pretending to be adults while we get to live out our high school bully phase? But regardless, I really am excited to see how the show goes, and I will say I haven't done any theory crafting on the show itself outside of, like, you know, just general, oh, I wonder how the story's gonna go, or, you know, like stuff like that. Because I do remember seeing a post months ago about how Dana's like, you know, oh yeah, all the theories I've been seeing online, they're not what you know, all of them are not true. And it's like, well, good for me, I'm not doing that. Okay, I think now we're at the 40-minute mark, right? Well, close. Well, yeah, I think it's time we get back. It's been 3 hours. So, let me get Twitter pulled up real quick. Oh my god. Twitter, don't do that. Jesus. I went to get it loaded up and then it immediately flashed to, and it's Muskrat tempting me to buy premium again, and it's like, can you fuck off? I don't care. What caption do I want to put here? Okay. I just picked a lame caption for this. Alright, I gotta refresh my YouTube tab, so I'm gonna be going away a little bit. Speaking of which, there we go. Do, do, do. Huh. That's interesting. Why is that saying I have 13 videos in this? Oh! I'm so stupid. I keep forgetting I did that. I was like, wait a minute. Why do I have 13 videos in my tier list rankings even though I did like 12 parts of a Pokemon thing? Oh, right. The first tier list I ever did. How did I forget that? Because, man, when I meant it when I said the world's Vegas tier list posting. There we go. Doop. Okay, gotta make sure my shuffle is on. There we go. Okay. Let me get the streaming tab up. Okay, let me get the tier list up. Alright, switching over to the main feed. Okay, got that done. Let me get the Pokemon tabs up. Okay, get that Pokemon up. And it's actually of, is this the only pseudo for Kalos? Or did we stop considering pseudos here? Excuse me. Alright, so our first Pokemon that is up for the ranking, after this, after the break, is Goomy. Alright, so Goomy / Numera is known as the soft tissue Pokemon. It is a pure dragon type that evolves into Sliggoo at level 40, which then evolves into Goodra at level 50, when leveled up during the rain, when it's raining. It can have either Sap Sipper or Hydration as regular abilities, with Gooey as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Goomy is a Pokemon that resembles a slug or a slime with beady black eyes. The lower half of its body is light purple, while the upper half is a paler shade of purple. Along the dividing line of the two colors are 5 large green spots. The front part of this line is its mouth. On top of its head are 2 pairs of antenna-like horns. The hind pair is longer than the front pair. These sensitive horns are used to check its surroundings. Goomy is considered the weakest dragon-type Pokemon. Its body is mostly water and is covered by a germ-laden mucus membrane. This slimy layer causes physical attacks to slide off harmlessly. However, it becomes unable to breathe and will die if its body dries out. Oh, that's disturbing. Because of this, it stays in damp, shady areas. Goomy's horns have powerful sensors that allow it to locate any sign of the enemy, allowing it to survive any kind of danger. As seen in the anime episode A Slippery Encounter, its diet consists of leaves. By the way, I know these are available in Hisui, but we're not covering that game. We're not covering Pokemon from that. Gumi and its Hisuian evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shelter. The song? Additionally, prior to Generation 9, Gumi and its evolved forms were the only known Pokemon that could have Gooey as an ability. Oh, here's the remix of Anastar City I was telling y'all about. I was like, I hope I get to listen to it today. Yeah, I love this remix of Anastar City. It's so vibes. Anyway, as for the stats. So special defense is its highest at 75, with special attack at 55, HP, physical attack at 50, HP at 45, speed at 40, and physical defense at 35. Did I say special attack is 55? I think it did. Alright, Gumi. So, I do think it is cute. It's just a blob. But, yeah, I mean, it's cute, but it's also, like, doofy, you know? Like, I'm pretty sure y'all have seen the sprites of Gumi, where it's just, like, it comes into battle and it opens its mouth and it's like, ah, ah, ah. Like, not like that, obviously, but, you know, it's very doofy. And I like it for it, you know, like, I mean, and it's very, I mean, I will say, it's just a blob. It is quite literally like a blob monster. It's cute. I would say high B tier. Because unfortunately, yeah, Gumi is pretty weak, unfortunately. Alright. Alright, next up. Sliggoo! Blue Skidoo, we can do. Sliggoo slash Numeru is also known as the soft tissue Pokemon, retaining its pure dragon typing, along with its abilities. And as for the biology, Sliggoo is a Pokemon that resembles a snail. The lower half of its body is light purple, while the upper half is a paler purple. It has featureless green eyes, a single tiny eyelash over each eye, and 2 pale green spots on each cheek. It has nubby underdeveloped arms. On top of its head are 2 pairs of antenna-like horns. The front horns are small nubs, while the hind horns are considerably longer. Its gelatinous body forms a spiral shell-like structure on its back. Contained within the shell are its brain, heart, and other organs. Sliggoo excretes and coats its body with sticky mucus that can dissolve anything. Because it lacks teeth, it sprays this liquid onto prey and slurps them up once they are dissolved. Oh! Cool. Great. Since its slime can melt through anything, predators stay far away from it. Its eyes have devolved, causing it to go blind. Oh! So it's blind too! Great. This makes it difficult for it to tell allies from prey, and it will sometimes attempt to melt its companions. Its 4 horns act as a radar system and are used to detect sounds and smells. Sliggoo only cares about food and will flee from its enemies whenever possible. Prior to Generation 9, Sliggoo and its evolutionary relatives were the only known Pokemon that could have Gooey as an ability. As for the stats... Alright, so special defense is its highest at 113, with special attack at 83, physical attack at 75, HP at 68, speed at 60, and physical defense at 53. Okay, so... honestly, I kind of consider this a bit of a downgrade from Gumi. Like, I don't know, maybe it's because, like... I don't know. I actually don't know. Like, I just feel it. I just feel like this is a bit of a downgrade from Gumi. You know? And I also don't understand why it's considered a dragon type. Like, why is a snail considered a dragon type? I mean, at least with the other dragons we've had, they all look like dragons. You know? I mean, I guess the closest we could say to that not being true is Shelgon? But even then, like, you know, right? Like, I mean, it's evolved from Bagon, who you can tell is like a dragon baby, and then it evolves into Salamence, who you can obviously tell is a dragon. I don't know, maybe this is based off of, like, another culture for dragons? Like, you know, like how, again, Eastern dragons are more serpentine, whereas Western dragons are the more reptilian kind and such. Like, let me see. Is there a reason why it's considered a dragon type? Excuse me. Oh, okay. Its snail origins, as well as its dragon typing and elongated body shape, may mean it could also be based on Carcole, a mythical serpent/mollusk creature from French folklore. What is this? What in the fuck? What is this? Oh my god! Here, I'm gonna turn off the window. I'm gonna turn off the tier list stuff for a moment so you can see this. What the fuck is this? This looks terrifying! This is the Carcole? Oh my god. That is actually so fucking scary. What the fuck? Oh my god. That is crazy. The Carcole is a mythical beast from French folklore. It is described as a large, slimy, snail-like serpent with hairy tentacles and a large shell. It is said to live in a cavern beneath Hastingus. Oh boy, who's ready for me to say all this? A town in the Les Landes region in southwestern France. It is described to have a slime that could sometimes be seen long before the creature itself arrived, and its tentacles had a great reach that would be used to grab and drag prey into its cave without leaving. Oh my god. Why is it called Lou, though? If it could just be known as the Carcole. But yeah, as I was saying, a Sliggoo is a bit of a downgrade. Honestly, I would probably put it in here, in the low B tier. Granted, it outranks a bunch of the other Pokemon here. But, yeah. Jesus Christ, that Carcole is scary. Like, why does it exist? Why does it exist like that? Alright. Next up. Alright, final evolution is Goodra. The good wagon. Alright, Goodra / Numelgon is known as the Dragon Pokemon. Sharing that title with a bunch of others. Retaining its pure dragon typing, along with its abilities, and the biology states. Goodra is a bipedal draconic Pokemon that is coated with slime. Most of its body is pale purple with a darker purple underside. It has bright green eyes, 2 green spots on each cheek, a relatively long neck, and a short rounded snout. On top of its head are 2 pairs of antenna-like horns. The foremost horns are small nubs, but the hind horns are longer, thicker, and curved down its neck. If that don't sound phallic. The tips of the larger horns are slightly curled. It has proportionally short limbs with 2 digits each and a large, thick tail with a curled tip. Along each side of its tail are 3 green spots. A pale green slime is usually visible dripping from its chin and arms. It is known for having a great affinity for water, being able to live within water with no difficulty at all, as well as dive and surf all around the area. Because of its meek, friendly nature, Gudra is often teased for supposed weakness. Gudra is known to be very friendly. When it grows close to someone, it will hug them and leave them coated in slime. If it is left alone, it will ooze gooey tears. Gross. Gudra usually misunderstands instructions, appearing dazed or bewildered. Despite this, many trainers don't mind it, instead finding this behavior to be adorable. However, it will strike at its tormentors with its retractable horns and powerful tail. Gudra can become uncontrollable once enraged. The horns can hit 100 times harder than the blow of a heavyweight boxer. It is also capable of throwing punches with incredible force. Its slimy coating in combination with a layer of fat causes attacks to slide off. Gudra lives in plains and mountains, usually during rainy days. And prior to Generation 9, Gudra and its pre-evolved forms were the only known Pokemon that could have Gooey as an ability. As for the stats... Alright, so special defense is continuing to be its highest at 150, with special attack at 110, physical attack at 100, HP at 90, speed at 80, and physical defense at 70. Okay, so... Sliggoo was a bit of a downgrade from Goomy, but this is a good upgrade to Sliggoo. And it does, and at the very least you can tell that, like, it's a bit more... It looks a bit more like Goomy than Sliggoo did. But, yeah, I think this is this looks like a Barney ripoff, but in a good way. I think it's cute. I think it's, I don't know, like, I really like Gudra. Yes, it's slimy. Yes, it may not be as, like, you know, as strong as other dragon types, but honestly, I think this is fine. Actually, you know what's funny is that, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, it kind of reminds me of Mewtwo a little bit. At least in terms of the coloring. I mean, because, you know... I mean, you look at, like, the light purple, right? With the darker purple underside, and it's like, huh, I wonder if this could be, like, Mewtwo if he somehow became, like, a dragon type, you know? He's just slimy, too. I mean, do they go into detail about what the slime is? Like, is it just, like, gross, gooey shit? Yeah, it's just slime. It just, I mean, it's mucus. It's probably mucus, right? I mean, it's goo. It's mucus. But yeah, I think Gudra's great. I think it's cute. And I love the fact that it's just, like, it's a little dopey. It's a little dopey. Honestly, I would probably put it in an A tier. But I will say I have somewhat used Gudra and ZA, but not much. Mainly because, again, like, I think there are just unfortunately other better dragon types I have that aren't Gudra. But hey, if I'm feeling desperate, if I want to play around a little bit, there's Marshall. Because yeah, I named my Goomy Marshall because why not? But yeah. Is this Santaloon Forest again? Oh, this is Kalos Power Plant. I gotta listen to this rendition too. Oh man, we're back to 5th gen with this. We're back to 5th gen with this. Alright, next up is Klefki. And I said we were back to 5th gen because remember how many people bitched at the Univadex for having so many inanimate object Pokemon? Well, this is clearly one of them here. Alright, so Klefki/Kleffi is known as the Keyring Pokemon. It is a dual Steel Fairy type. that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It has Prankster as a regular ability with Magician as a hidden ability. And the biology states... Oh my god. Klefki is a small grayish-white Pokemon that resembles a key ring with 4 keys. It has a spherical head with a small pink oval on its forehead. 2 black circles and a keyhole form its eyes and mouth, respectively. Below its head is its pink teardrop-shaped body with a white teardrop-shaped marking in the middle. Extending from the top of its head is a horn that resembles an old-fashioned key with 2 wide, blunt teeth. Extending from either side of the key is a thin loop that surrounds Klefki. Hanging from the loop are various keys that this Pokemon has collected. As seen in the TCG, the loop is highly mobile and can split both at the top and the bottom, allowing Klefki to collect new keys and even express its feelings. Klefki is very tiny, tying with Alolan Diglett and Melton as the shortest Steel-type Pokemon. Klefki are known to be even-tempered Pokemon. In the past, Klefki inhabited mines, but when the minerals on which it fed became scarce, it moved into human settlements. It now feeds on metal ions by inserting its key-like horn into chinks in metal. It likes to collect keys, particularly master keys, and will sneak into people's homes to steal them. It collects keys to feed on their metal ions, as well as to threaten predators by rattling its collection at them. It is said that Klefki's key-like appearance is the result of an adaptation to suit its habit of collecting keys. Although it feeds on keys, it will never release a key it likes, holding onto it for decades. So people will give it important keys as a way to prevent theft. However, on rare occasions, it will discard a key without second thought. In the past, nobles kept Klefki for generations, taking great care of them while entrusting them with important vault keys. Klefki is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Fairy Lock. In Generation 6, Crafty Shield was also one of its signature moves. As for the stats... Oh wow, these are actually pretty good stats for this Pokemon. Physical defense is as high as at 91, with special defense at 87, both physical attack and special attack at 80, speed at 75, and HP at 57. So... this is one of those Pokemon that I only caught for the gimmick. It's like, oh yeah, here's a key ring Pokemon with a bunch of keys. But I will say I've never found myself using this in battle, mainly because I just think this is more of a support Pokemon as opposed to one you would use in battle. Like, let me actually check the moveset real quick. Obviously I have to look at Generation 9. But yeah, like, I'm looking at all this, and yeah, a good portion of the moves here are, like, status ailment, or status moves. Like, you literally have to, like, oh, this is from ZA. Okay, it's not that bad, actually. It has a lot more moves that you can use, but obviously, like, again, I just feel like this is more of a support Pokemon as opposed to, like, an offensive one, you know? But, yeah, I mean, it's definitely what it says it is. It's a key ring full of keys. But, yeah, I think it belongs in the lower B tier. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much to say about it. You're probably never gonna see this on my team. Okay. Here's a set of trade Pokemon that I wish I could get normally, but I have to cheat. Alright, next up is Phantump. Alright, Phantump slash... oh, Bulkure is known as the Stump Pokemon. It is a dual Ghost Grass type that evolves into Trevenant when traded. It can have either Natural Cure or Frisk as regular abilities, with Harvest as a hidden ability. And the biology follows. Phantump is a ghostly Pokemon possessing a tree stump. Its black body is wispy with nubby arms. Covering its head is a small brown tree stump with a wavy branch on each side. Its red eyes are visible through 2 holes in the stump, and its mouth appears on the stump itself. There are 2 small green leaves near the tip of each branch. Brewing these leaves can create a curative liquid. Phantump is created when a spirit possesses a tree stump. It is said that the spirit is that of a child who became lost in the forest and died. This Pokemon's cry sound like the voice of a child or eerie screams. People have become lost following the voice, but Phantump is attempting to make friends. Phantump and its evolved form Trevenant are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Forest's Curse. As for the stats, physical attack is its highest at 70, with special defense at 60, special attack at 50, physical defense at 48, HP at 43, and speed at 38. Why does that sound familiar to me? That melody I just hummed. That sounded familiar to me. I don't know where. It just did. Anyway, Phantump. So, it's cute. I will say, I don't know what the hell, I don't know what that section of the biology said where it's like, oh yeah, its cries sound like the voice of a child or eerie screams. It sounds like a ghost. It sounds like, if you've heard the cry of Phantump, it sounds like, woo! You know, like that. Like, that sounds like a fucking ghost. What voice of a child? But, I will say that I actually remember a fan art, and it's actually by the same artist that made the Yamask and Cofagrigus comic I talked about in the Unova tier list stream. And that one is obviously depicting like a young boy who gets lost in the woods, and it's raining, and I think unfortunately he curls up next to a tree stump and he dies, unfortunately. And the boy obviously possesses the tree stump, and there's a phantom. Yeah, and the end of the comic shows the trainer who caught the Phantump with the Phantump sleeping in his lap, and it's like, oh, it's like when the child died. But yeah, I think Phantump is cute, but I mean, it definitely fits the whole, like, you know, creepy possessed plant thing. But yeah, I don't really have as much attachment to this as I do to its counterpart, which we will get to eventually. But honestly, I'll probably put it in high B tier. Hello, Snowbell. Alright. Any of y'all ever watch Evil Dead? Because the next Pokemon is Trevenant. Alright, so Trevenant, or Oroto, is known as the Elder Tree Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of Ghost and Grass along with its abilities. And the biology states, Trevenant is a ghostly Pokemon resembling a slender brown tree. Its shadowy black body is visible through gaps in the tree, and a single red eye is visible through a hole near the top. There is a wavy, horn-like branch on either side of its head, both dotted with small green leaves, and a smaller branch on its forehead. On top of its head is a cluster of green leaves. It has 2 arms with gnarled branches similar to its horns on the elbows. Around its wrists are cuffs of green leaves, and it has 3 claw-like fingers on each hand. Instead of legs, it has 6 roots similar to a spider's legs. Its general body is similar to the shape of the kanji, I don't know how to read that, meaning wood or tree. There's literally a kanji there that I don't know the name of, unfortunately. God, I can read hiragana and katakana, but I can't read that, and that's probably one of the most simple things ever. Trevenant can control other trees by using its roots as a nervous system. It uses this ability ability to trap people who harm its forest and will cause people who cut down trees. However, it is very kind to forest-dwelling creatures and Pokemon that reside in its body. Trevenant hates Fire-type Pokemon, so lumberjacks usually bring them to repel it. It is even believed that Trevenant has consumed people, although it is unclear whether this is fact or rumor. Trevenant and its pre-evolved form Phantump are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Forest's Curse. And as for the stats, physical attack is its highest at 110, with HP actually at 85, special defense at 82, physical defense at 76, special attack at 65, and speed at 56. So I do own a Trevenant in ZA, however, it's not a natural Trevenant, meaning like I did not catch a Phantump and evolve it into Trevenant. I have no friends, remember? I have no Nintendo Switch Online. Instead, I caught the Alpha Trevenant in one of the Wild Zones. And it's honestly pretty good. Like I named her Willow, obviously, because willow trees are probably the most creepiest trees to me. Actually, no, but still. But yeah, like it's... Actually, I guess now looking at it, yeah, I can definitely see why it resembles the kanji. But by the way, they're not kidding when they say that this thing moves like a spider. Nah, I've seen Trevenant move in the overworld. It is so creepy. It is definitely like a spider that is wanting to kill you, like wanting to devour you. But, yeah, the reason why I was like, you know, oh, have y'all seen Evil Dead is mainly because, Evil Dead is known as the series that introduced, evil trees. like, evil sentient trees. But, I will say, the first movie, I don't know about the remakes, or whatever, but I do know that the first movie, unfortunately, like, the trees, let's just say, are a woman. And I think that's one of the most well-known things about Evil Dead, is the fact that, the trees essay a woman. Now, I don't know if they actually filmed that scene. Like, if they show it in that much detail, but, I do know about that. And that's creepy. I'm not saying Trevenant does that. Oh my god, no. Pokemon is way too kind for that. But yeah, I think Trevenant is a very creepy Pokemon, and I think it works. But yeah, it definitely works. I'll put it in A. I also just like the name, Trevenant. You know, like a combination of tree and revenant. Just checking to make sure I typed it right. Okay. Okay, here's the counterpart to, Phantump. I will say that, these all have, different, sizes, but they're basically all the same Pokemon. Anyway, so the next Pokemon on the list is Pumpkaboo. Alright, so Pumpkaboo / Bucketcha is known as the Pumpkin Pokemon. It is another dual Ghost Grass type Pokemon that evolves into Gourgeist when traded. Excuse me. It can have either Pickup or Frisk as regular abilities, with Insomnia as a hidden ability. Excuse me. And as for the biology, Pumpkaboo is a ghostly pumpkin-like Pokemon that varies dramatically in size. Encasing its lower body is a pinkish pumpkin with a pair of nubby legs. Carved into the pumpkin is a pair of circular holes that glow yellow-orange. Pumpkaboo's shadowy black body pokes out of the top of the pumpkin. It has glowing yellow eyes, a pair of fangs in its upper jaw, and pointed ears that curve slightly. On top of its head is a long tuft of fur that curls tightly at the tip. A collar of furry-looking tufts hang over the edge of the pumpkin. Typically active at sundown, Pumpkaboo carries wandering spirits to the afterlife by storing them in its body, despite the fact that Pumpkaboo itself is born from a pumpkin inhabited by a spirit that is trapped in the material world. The holes on Pumpkaboo's body can glow and release light, allowing it to hypnotize and control humans, or Pokemon. As mentioned in the anime episode The Bamboozling Forest, however, this light can also illuminate the way for travelers in the dark. According to the sleep style decks, Pumpkaboo occasionally emits this hypnotic light even as it sleeps. Thus, it's recommended that observers approach with caution and avoid being accidentally hypnotized. Pumpkaboo are known to sleep in the ground. Pumpkaboo and its evolved form Gourgeist are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Trick or Treat. Alright, so as for the forms of Pumpkaboo, it says here, Pumpkaboo has 4 separate forms: medium, small, large, and jumbo variety. Visually, these forms differ only in their sizes. The form name change reflects the discovery that Pumpkaboo's 4 forms differ in ways other than their sizes alone, notably in the preferences of the spirits that Pumpkaboo will carry to the afterlife. Small variety Pumpkaboo prefer the spirits of children, while large-sized Pumpkaboo prefer those of adults. Jumbo variety Pumpkaboo are very partial to the spirits of people who were of similarly superior proportions. Excuse me. The size of Pumpkaboo is said to be the product of the number of lost souls that lingered in the area where it was formed. And as for the stats, okay, so the stats are going to be different based on the size of the Pumpkaboo, but I'm checking to see like if there's any that remain the same. Okay, so it looks like only the HP and the speed change in regards to the size. So from the smallest size to the biggest, the HP is obviously, you know, the smallest is from the smallest to the highest. However, the speed works inversely, meaning the smaller the Pumpkaboo is, the quicker it is. But across all forms, the highest stat is its physical defense at 70, with physical attack at 66, special defense at 55, and special attack at 44. But yeah, I will say, I really like Pumpkaboo better than Phantom. I don't know, maybe it's just because of the fact that it's like... I mean, I get that it's, again, like, conceptually, it's practically the same thing. It's just a haunted pumpkin as opposed to a tree stump. But I don't know, like, I think it's just because of this thing right here, where it's like... It kind of reminds me of, like, a bat crossed with a pumpkin, you know? I mean, and maybe that's the point. You know, and to be fair, it also resembles a jack-o'-lantern, right? Actually, I do wonder, is that supposed to be a bat? Oh my lord, okay. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so it may be based on bats or black cats. But this is interesting. Pumpkaboo's lore of being a spirit unable to move on may be a reference to Stingy Jack, a folkloric character cursed to wander the earth as a spirit after being denied entry to both heaven and hell, carrying only a makeshift turnip lantern, believed to be the original jack-o'-lantern, to light his way. Ah! But yeah, I really do like Pumpkaboo. And I actually really like that it has like the different forms because pumpkins come in different sizes and such. I would probably put it in the high B tier. And a fun fact, because there was a point in time where I decided to make Pokemon teams for all my OCs, and one of my characters obviously got handed the Ghost type Pokemon team because I think he would like Ghost types the best. But the cute thing about it is that I also decided to give all the Pokemon nicknames as well based on how I think my character would name them. And the character who got the Ghost type got Gourgeist/Pumpkaboo, and obviously, and the thing is, I had it to where he would name all of his Pokemon after pet names. So obviously he got a Pumpkaboo/Gourgeist, and it's named Pumpkin, you know, because that's a pet name. Gengar, because the thing is, I gave him a Mimikyu. And you want to know what the pet name I thought would be really cute to name a Mimikyu is? Sweetheart. I remember there was a Gengar too, but I don't remember what I had that one. I think there was a ghost type Pokemon named Honey and then Lovely, which I thought was adorable. Although I might change it to Darling, actually. I think that's better than Lovely. Anyway, next Pokemon up is Gourgeist. Alright, so Gourgeist/Pumpagene is known as the Pumpkin Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of Ghost and Grass, along with its abilities. And the biology states, Gourgeist is a ghostly gourd-like Pokemon that varies dramatically in size. Its body is a dark brown pumpkin with a glowing yellow-orange face carved into the front and a pair of nubby legs. The face consists of 2 triangular eyes and a grinning mouth. On top of the mouth is a small triangular cutout for a nose. Poking out of the top of the pumpkin is its slender brown-orange head, which has bright yellow eyes and a small mouth but no visible nose. Gourgeist has long, light pink hair with arm-like tendrils framing its face, and bangs that usually cover one eye. On top of its head is a crescent-shaped tuft that is brown on top. This tuft resembles a pumpkin stem. In the anime, Gourgeist has shown the ability to retract its upper body into the pumpkin, giving it the appearance of a traditional jack-o'-lantern. On the night of a new moon, Gourgeist wanders town streets while singing an eerie song. Those who hear its song will be cursed. Gourgeist is also known to sing joyfully while observing prey it has entangled in its arms. As mentioned in the sleep-style decks, Gourgeist has been observed waving its hair-like arms from side to side or spreading its arms as if to surprise people, even while it sleeps. Gourgeist and its pre-evolved form Pumpkaboo are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Trick or Treat. Let's see. Oh, and just like Pumpkaboo, it also has a variety of different sizes. Each of Gourgeist's 4 forms determines their target to take into the afterlife. Small variety Gourgeist prefer targeting adults by pretending to be children, while large variety Gourgeist prefer taking children by pretending to be adults. Jumbo variety Gourgeist aren't picky and will target anyone. That's scary. Alright, as for the stats, much like Pumpkaboo, they're different across the board. Yep, and of course, the HP value from small to from small to jumbo is obviously from small to large, small to high, or down to, lowest to highest, that's it. Christ, I could not think of the word. Along with it, and obviously the speed is inverse, where the smaller it is, the quicker it is. However, its highest stat is its physical defense at 122, with physical attack at 90, special defense at 75, and special attack at 58. But, yeah, I really like Gourgeist. Like, I think it's so fun, let's just say. Like, this is, it's funny. I look at this as a witchy Pokemon. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just because I do associate pumpkins with witches a lot. Mainly because witches are associated with Halloween, right? But I don't know, it's also like the way that the hair, hair quote unquote is. Like, it looks like a witch hair. A witch hair. It looks like a witch's hairstyle, you know? Like, this is like imagining like a... I probably shouldn't finish that sentence. I am wondering what a Gijinka of Gorgeist would look like if it would look like a witch. Like, there's probably been some artists who have rendered a Gijinka of Gorgeist as a witch. But, yeah. I will say, I think if anything, I have used Willow more than Pumpkin. But I think still it's gonna go into A tier. Because I think they're both good. Interesting, though. We got Phantom and Pumpkaboo in the high B tier, and then we have Trevenant and Gorgeist in the A tier. Cool. Do I need to refresh my tabs? Not yet. Oh boy. Okay. I think this is our only Ice-type Pokemon for Kalos. And it's one of the more boring ones, unfortunately. Bergmite. Alright, so Bergmite slash Kachikoru is known as the Ice Chunk Pokemon. It is a pure Ice type that can evolve an Avalugg at level 37. It can have either own Tempo or Ice Body as regular abilities, with Sturdy as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Bergmite is a quadrupedal Pokemon with a white round body and nubby legs. Its upper half is encased in a slightly transparent pale blue chunk of ice. Its eyes, which are yellow with purple rings surrounding them, are visible through the ice. The ice itself forms a large triangle with smaller spikes on its forehead and hind end. Despite its chunky appearance, it is capable of swimming. Bergmite can create cold air, which is used to repair cracks in its icy coating. This air reaches temperatures as cold as negative 150 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 100 degrees Celsius, and can be used to freeze enemies. Bergmite lives in herds on snowy mountaintops and can sometimes be found huddled on the back of an Avalugg, freezing itself in place as the Avalugg carries it to new habitats. Bergmite quarrels with Frigibax whenever they encounter each other. And as for the stats, unsurprisingly, physical defense is its highest at 85 with physical attack at 69, funny number, HP at 55, special defense at 35, special attack at 32, and speed at 28. So as I said, this is definitely one of the more boring ice types, unfortunately. And it sucks too, because I think this is the only ice type that Kalos gets, and it's this. I mean, it's definitely supposed to be like an iceberg, right? Like, again, Bergmite. But yeah, I've never used a Bergmite in my life. Like, again, I think there are just so many better Ice-type Pokemon compared to Bergmite. Although, funnily enough, I think this ended up being my third shiny in Legend ZA. My third or fourth. And I was like, what the fuck? I can't even get the good Pokemon I want? But then again, that's the nature of shinies, isn't it? That's like, I imagine it's very rare to find shinies of your favorite Pokemon, and instead you get ones that are of, like, the ones you hate. I don't think it belongs in C tier, because it's like, I mean, its only crime is that it's boring. It's not that I hate it, it's just, it exists, you know, so. Man, we're really filling out the low B tier, huh? I mean, hey, at least we've only got like 3 Pokemon in the C tier, which is cool. Alright, next up. Is this? Okay, no, not yet, not yet, not yet. Oh! Oh, that's right! Avalugg has a Hisuian form. Too bad we're not reviewing that, huh? Anyway, next up is Avalug, or coffee table. Avalug slash Kurebesu is known as the iceberg Pokemon, retaining its dual ice typing along with its abilities, and the biology states, Avalug is a massive Pokemon covered almost entirely in semi-transparent ice. Through the ice on its head, through the ice on its head, diamond-shaped yellow eyes are visible. Its head is wedge-shaped with a white diamond-shaped ice chunk on each side in place of ears, a dark chink in the ice over each eye, a crack just before the tip of its snout, and a beard of short icicles. Hey, my other favorite rendition of Route 15. The top of Avalug's body is flat with 3 horizontal cracks along the surface, and there is a collection of icicles along its belly. Sorry, I have to hum it. Its legs are cylindrical with cracks just before its foot and in between its toes. Underneath each toe is a spiked claw. Pale purple colorations can be found on the insides of its cracks. Avalug's body is hard as steel, which allows it to crush anything in its way. It has been known to allow Bergmite to huddle on top of its back, which causes it to resemble an aircraft carrier. Avalug carries the Bergmite on its back across oceans and to new habitats. During the day, the cracks in Avalug's body deepen. They return to normal overnight. It lives at high latitudes and coexists with Cetitan. Alright, and as for the stats... Okay, that makes sense. Its highest stat is its physical defense at 184, with physical attack at 117, HP at 95, special defense at 46, special attack at 44, and speed at 28. So yeah, much like every other ice type, it has a high physical defense, but shit speed. But, yeah. I will say, like, this thing can be intimidating. You know, like, I mean, if you don't have a good fighting type Pokemon on your team, like, ooh, this can be rough. Although, to be fair, I mean, what is weak to ice again? It's fighting rock? Right? Because, you know, because ice is strong against, or ground is weak against ice, that's what I mean. I think, let me see. Yeah, rock, steel, and fire. I mean, God, I say, like, if you don't have a good fighting type. I mean, to be fair, you're probably better off just using a fire-type Pokemon because of that special defense stat. But, yeah. But yeah, I've never used an Avalug in my life. I just never had any... Again, there's so many better ice types out there than Avalug. And it's just boring. It's a fucking coffee table, for God's sake. Like, it's an artist's coffee table. Honestly, it can go in the low B tier. Again, like, it's not bad, it just exists. Do I need to refresh? Not yet. Okay. I think this is this considered a pseudo Pokemon? I mean, it takes for fucking ever to evolve it. Alright, next up is Nawaibat. Alright, so Nawaibat slash Ombattle is known as the Soundwave Pokemon. It is a dual flying dragon type that evolves into Wyvern at level 48. It can have either Frisk or Infiltrator as regular abilities, with Telepathy as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Nawaibat is a pale purple bat-like Pokemon. It has yellow eyes with black pupils and black creases within them, a black triangular marking on the inner corner of each eye, 3 tufts of spiked fur on each cheek, 2 dark purple teardrop-shaped spots on the front of its face, forming the shape of a nose leaf, a black lower jaw, and 2 spiked tufts of fur on its upper lip. Its large teardrop-shaped ears resemble loudspeakers. They are dark purple on the outside with alternating rings of pale and dark purple fading to black on the inside. Fluffy black fur covers its chest and hips. On the middle part of its wings are small black hands with 2 fingers, and it has 2 long toes on each foot. Noibat can be found in pitch black caves. They rest in the caves during the day and only leave during the night. From its large ears, it is capable of emitting any kind of wavelength or sound, including ultrasonic waves of up to 200,000 Hz. No wavelength is beyond its ability to emit. It uses these waves to stun large creatures, communicate with other Noibat, and immobilize prey. It also uses ultrasonic waves to perceive its surroundings, allowing it to fly in the dark. It is very fond of fruits and uses its sonar to detect its ripeness. It tends to mistake Applin and Flapple, according to Noibat's picture in the Paldea Pokédex, for its food. As for the stats, actually not good for a dragon. Speed is its highest at 55, with special attack at 45, both HP and special defense at 40, physical defense at 35, and physical attack at 30. So I do have a bit of a soft spot for Noibat. I mean, I do think they are as annoying as Zubat, but I think it's just because, like, I don't know. I think it is just because, like, I do seem to have a bit of an affinity for bats as well. I mean, to be fair, like, we like Crobat, we like Woobat and Swoobat. But, I don't know. I do like Noibat. I do. I think it is cute. That was Layla. But, yeah, I mean, I think it can be good, but you also have to be very careful when putting it out, because, yeah, again, the stats are not great. I'll put it in the high B tier, though. Like, I do have a bit of a soft spot for it. Also, if it seems like I'm really rushing through these, I swear to you I'm not. It just feels like that, because a lot of the Pokemon have just been like, you know, I don't have much of an opinion about it. Okay, now this one, though. Okay. And by the way, this is our last regular Pokemon before we head on to the legendaries and mythicals. Next up, I swear to God I'm hitting the copy image button. Next up is Noivern, or Minerva as I call her, based off of Cherish from Fire Emblem. Alright, so Noivern / Onven is also known as the Soundwave Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of Flying and Dragon, along with its abilities. And the biology states, Noivern is a large draconic Pokemon that resembles a bat. It is primarily black with a purple underbelly and turquoise wing membranes. It has a purple lower jaw, a large red V-shaped nose, 2 fang-like projections on its upper lip, yellow eyes, and a small turquoise patch between its eyes and nose. Its large teardrop-shaped ears have thin black rings on the interiors and resemble loudspeakers. Around its neck is a fluffy mane of white fur that is longer in the back. Its wings have 3 red claws on the middle joint and are divided into segments by 2 black wing fingers. On the back of the wing, the final segment is purple. Noivern's feet have 2 toes each and a red claw-like growth on top of each toe. It has a long whip-like tail with a turquoise underside and 2 spines near the tip. Noivern is known for its violent temper, but becomes tame if approached with its favorite ripe fruits. From its ears, it can produce ultrasonic waves strong enough to shatter large boulders. It uses these waves to freely navigate through the darkness. Noivern is also known to be cruel, ruthlessly tormenting enemies that cannot see well in the dark, such as Hydreigon, before using its ultrasonic waves and fangs to finish them off. Noivern is said to be unbeatable in battles that involve darkness. However, Noivern becomes timid when exposed to the light. As for the stats, alright, so speed is its highest at 123, with special attack at 97, HP at 85, both physical defense and special defense at 80, and physical attack at 70. So, I do genuinely like Noivern. Like, I mean, I know it looks much more, like, I think I get what it's supposed to be based off of. It's supposed to be based off of, like, a combination of a bat and a wyvern, right? I mean, again, why would you have vern? That's usually indicative of a wyvern. Oh, excuse me. You know, and again, as I said, and again, like, I usually catch a Noibat and name her Minerva because, you know, I'm a huge Fire Emblem Awakening fan, and I love Cher. She's hot as fuck. And I love the fact that she can also wield an axe and ride a dragon. But, yeah, and I will say I have used Noivern plenty in battle, and she's good. I mean, she is definitely good. And I do like the design, but I will say it is a little bit intimidating. I mean, I think it's mainly because, like, I keep thinking that for some reason that this is a good physical attacker, when it's like, no, it's just very speedy. I don't know, what moves does it have that makes me scared of it? Oh, it might be the air cutter / air slash. Maybe the Dragon Pulse, who knows? I don't know. But, yeah, I think Noivern's pretty cool. I'll put him in the A tier. Her in the A tier. Again, I always associate gender with some of these Pokemon, even though I technically shouldn't. But then again, I go out of my way to catch specific genders of these Pokemon sometimes, so... Man, I will say we're doing pretty good. Alright. Do I need to refresh my tabs? Not yet. Oh boy. Okay. Here comes the first legendary Pokemon. And this one I always name Iggy. Xerneas. Alright, so Xerneas, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the Life Pokemon. It is a pure fairy type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. However, it does have two forms which change depending on the status. If Xerneas is in a battle or a Pokemon contest, it remains in active mode, which is the thing you see here, and otherwise it is usually in neutral form, and its horns are cyan. This is also the mascot for Pokemon X, which is the copy that I got. And it says here, Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde are often collectively referred to as the Aura Trio by fans. It has the ability Fairy Aura. That's about it. And the biology... Oh... Oh, this is ZA stuff I'm reading here. Oh boy. Okay. Xerneas is a quadrupedal stag-like Pokemon with 4 pairs of antlers. Its coloration varies slightly depending on whether it is in active mode or neutral mode. Regardless of mode, its main body is always black with a blue stripe down its back and a short bushy tail. Starting at its knees, there is a blade-like trim around each leg, which forms a point under each hoof. There is an upside-down, V-shaped marking on its chest in the same color as the trim on its legs. Its head and neck are blue, and there are 2 large tufts that extend onto its chest and curve upward. Its first pair of antlers extends onto its head and curves around the underside of its eyes. The eyes are black with X-shaped pupils. There is a short marking on top of its snout and an upward curving horn on each side of its head in place of ears. Xerneas is said to represent life and rebirth. It has the power to share eternal life using its horns, which shine in 7 colors. Xerneas can use its life energy to create vast forests and restore life to them. It can infuse both humans and Pokemon with energy and vitality. We're also not going to read any of this other stuff because that is ZA stuff that I haven't gotten to. The relationship between Xerneas and Yveltal can vary between different canons, with the Pokemon Adventures manga depicting it as antagonistic, and the Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction movie depicting it as cooperative. As seen in the movie, if it exhausts too much life energy, it transforms into a tree and sleeps for 1,000 years. It was also shown capable of calming Yveltal should it get enraged. Xerneas has the power to revive those who have been petrified by Yveltal. What is that? Oh, is that the anime episode? Yeah, it is. I don't know who this bitch is. As shown in the manga and the anime, Xerneas can speak human language through telepathy. What is this? Oh, that's a manga chapter. In the manga chapter, Sylveon Enchants, Xerneas was shown making plants grow by simply touching them. It has been referred to as the one who gives due to its ability to give life. However, it is all in the manga and in these anime, it has been referred to as X. That's interesting. Okay, Xerneas is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Geomancy. Prior to Generation 9, it was also the only known Pokemon that could have Fairy Aura as an ability. As for the stats... Alright, so physical attack and special attack are both its highest at 131, with HP at 126, speed at 99, special defense at 98, and physical defense at 95. So, I will say, I love Xerneas' design. I think it fits. I mean, it is funny that I call it Yggdrasil, or Iggy for short, when it's like, I mean, to be fair, that's supposed to be the tree of life. Well, not life, the world tree, that's it, not the tree of life. The world tree in Norse mythology, but I think I just refer to it as Iggy/Yggdrasil because of the whole, like, you know, I give birth, and I think it's mainly because of the tree. You know, the tree that you see before it awakens and such. But I mean, look at this. This is a magnificent creature. This is a beautiful creature. This is a stag. A stud, as they call it. And, but yeah, I think I just have, like, a very, you know, I was gonna say special relationship. I think I am just attached to it because this is the Pokemon that I got when I played through X. And again, I just name it Yggdrasil. Or Iggy. I don't know, I think it's also because of the antlers here that, you know, are different colors, like, as you can see, and it's just like, man, imagine taking, because if you know anything about the World Tree, or Yggdrasil, in Norse mythology, that is, wait, yeah, the World Tree, I was like, God, for some reason I was like, wait a minute, that's not right, it is. But yeah, like, you can travel through the different realms of what is the land of Norse mythology called? But yeah, you can at least travel through the different realms, and I don't know, I kind of feel like the antlers also, like, maybe represent that. Again, my own personal speculation. I'll put it in S tier. Why not? Again, I'm hella attached to it. What can I say? I just think it's a beautiful... Again, it's one of those creatures that's, like, you can only experience for 1,000 years, like Jirachi, and you'll never regret it. Is this Route 15? No, it's Comarine City. God, why am I so stupid? Alright, now do I need to refresh my tabs? Not yet. Okay. Alright, next up is the other mascot that I didn't get, but I still think it's a cool design nonetheless. And that is Yveltal. Alright, Yveltal, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the Destruction Pokemon. It is a dual dark flying type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. This is the mascot for Pokemon Y. And as stated, Yveltal, Xerneas, and Zygarde are often collectively referred to as the Aura Trio. It has Dark Aura as a regular ability, and the biology states, Yveltal is a large Pokemon with both avian and draconic traits. The back of its body is black with white spots along the wings and back. Its front, head, and neck are bright red with branching black lines throughout. It has a pointed beak-like snout, bright blue eyes, a black forward-curving horn over each eye, and a thin antenna-like growth behind each eye. A feathery gray ruff encircles its neck and billows out over its back. Yveltal's wings each have 3 spikes along the bottom edge near the body, and 5 large black claws on the tip. It has small bird-like legs with gray talons. Each foot has 2 toes facing forward and 1 pointing backward. Its tail is similar in structure to its wings, including the 5 claws on the tip. Yveltal is said to represent destruction and death. It has the power to absorb life energy by spreading its wings and tail feathers. According to legend, it does this in order to power up its own energy. It is highly feared by the ancient people of Kalos because of this. Yveltal is known to appear during a conflict, draining the life energy of any person or Pokemon that it encounters. Upon reaching the end of its lifespan, Yveltal steals the life energy of everything around it, then encases itself in a cocoon and falls into a deep slumber. Both Yveltal and Xerneas are in charge of taking care of the land and a delicate balance between life and death. Yveltal's power can be used to power up machines as seen with the ultimate weapon. That is from X and Y. Yeah. Let's see. Yveltal's light energy has the power to transform evolution stones into mega stones when directed through the ultimate weapon. Oh, that's from ZA. That's Oblivion Wing. I think that's ZA energy? I think that's ZA stuff there. The relationship between Yveltal and Xerneas can vary between different canons. Blah, 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 blah. As seen in the anime, any living creature drained by Yveltal will turn into petrified stone, though it is unknown whether this action is intentionally malicious or not. As depicted in the movie, Yveltal can be very vengeful to anyone who disturbs its sleep and will seek to destroy it. Its counterpart, Xerneas, has the power to cure Yveltal's victims by filling them with life energy. Xerneas is also blah 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 blah. In the manga chapter Sylveon Enchants, Yveltal was shown making plants wither away by simply touching them. It has been referred to as the one who takes due to its ability to take life. And it's also been referred to as Y. Yveltal is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Oblivion Wing, and the only known Pokemon that can have Dark Aura as an ability. And as for these stats, both physical attack and special attack are its highest at 131, with HP at 126, speed at 99, special defense at 98, and physical defense at 95. So much like with Xerneas, I'm not attached to it as Xerneas, but I do think the design is really, like maybe it just fills my edgy heart, but I do genuinely like the design. I think it's so, it's menacing. Imagine, it's menacing. And the fact that this is known as the Life Taker, it makes sense why it looks like that, why the colors are black and red. You know, the one who gives and the one who takes. And by the way, I have seen clips of Yveltal walking through the streets of Kalos, and oh my god, it's so freaky. It's oh my god. It just, because it uses these to, move itself forward, while this just drags behind it. It's so creepy. But I think it fits, considering what this is known as, right? But, yeah, I just think this is a really neat design. I think it's really cool. But unfortunately, I wish I could put it in the S tier. But because I don't really have any experience with Yveltal, I mean, I could get it in ZA, honestly, but again, I haven't played that game in months, because I've been focusing on my fucking books! I'm gonna have to put it in, A tier, because I don't know what else to do with it. But again, I do think the design is really cool. It is very menacing, and I know that's supposed to look like a Y. That's the thing, it's supposed to look like a Y, and I get that Xerneas is supposed to look like an S, right? But, you know, I don't know. Again, it might be a little ridiculous, but hey, cool Pokemon are always said to be a little cringe, as they say. Alright, I gotta refresh my tabs real quick. Though I will say we're on the final 4 Pokemon. Let's see. Oh, how am I gonna handle this one? Because it has I mean, there's the Mega Zygarde. Well, there's that. No. How do I want to go about doing this? There's so many forms for this. Okay, I think because I don't want to go on too long with this Pokemon in particular, I think what I'm going to do is I'm only going to show off the one form that we all know it by. So this is the Pokemon, Zygarde. Now, I know it has... Now, I should express, I know it has multiple forms, but I honestly don't want to take too long talking about them. You know, especially because one of them is the Mega Evo that I'm not going to be able to get a good picture of. And even then, that's like spoiler stuff for ZA, which I know is like many months out at this point, but still. But, I mean, honestly, yeah, I mean, I do honestly think that like many people just see Zygarde as this form. I mean, I typically associate it with this form. But yes, I do know about the 10% form, which is the dog, and the complete form, which is the humanoid monster, but we're only going to settle on 50% form. So anyway, Zygarde, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the Order Pokemon. It is a dual dragon ground type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. However, as I said, it has 3 main forms, which is 10%, 50%, and complete. We're currently viewing the 50% form, but it can Mega Evolve. And Zygarde can switch between its 10% and 50% forms at the reassembly unit or with the Zygarde Cube. If its ability is Power Construct and its HP drops below half, then Zygarde in either form will change into its complete form. And obviously, Zygarde, Xerneas, and Yveltal are often collectively referred to as the Aura Trio. However, something to note is that the other 2 forms of Zygarde, the 10% and the complete form, they were introduced in Pokemon Sumo, actually. So yeah, those 2 forms are not present in X and Y. I don't know why they decided to introduce 2 new forms to this Pokemon in Sumo specifically. Especially because, like, you can only really get those forms with the Zygarde Cube in those games, but whatever. Anyway, in 50% form it can have Aura Break. In 10% form, oh yeah, it can have Aura Break there. However, it can also have Power Construct. It doesn't say if it's a hidden ability or not. But anyway, so Zygarde. Biology. Zygarde is a green and black Pokemon composed of smaller units known as Zygarde cores and Zygarde cells, who collectively define its appearance and power by assembling in different percentages. In all of Zygarde's forms, the various cores and cells are represented as green and black hexagons that glow when it attacks. It has also been shown to be able to fly in all of its forms. Zygarde is the guardian of the Pokemon world's ecosystem, and is responsible for monitoring it for abnormalities from caves such as Kalos' Terminus Cave and Alola's Resolution Cave. Zygarde is described as a being that seeks to correct excess, find moderation, and restore balance. It is capable of reversing the effects of Xerneas' Fairy Aura and Yveltal's Dark Aura, thus ensuring the equilibrium of the cycle of life and death are kept in check. Normally, Zygarde avoids getting involved in conflicts unless the ecosystem is in grave danger. It is also known to ask for humans to assist it in protecting the ecosystem when necessary, but can still be wary of those it does not trust. In the Pokemon Adventures manga and in the anime, it has been referred to as Z. Let's see. Oh, that's anime stuff. All of their forms are depicted as capable of human speech via telepathy. Interesting. Okay, Zygarde is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Land's Wrath, Thousand Arrows, Thousand Waves, and Core Enforcer. It is also the only known Pokemon that can have Aura Break and Power Construct as its abilities. Talking about all its forms. Okay, well, we can talk at least about the 50% form. Actually, do I want to talk about this one? About the Zygarde cores and cells? I mean, to be fair, does it matter? Alright, 50% form. Okay, so Zygarde 50% form is a large serpentine Pokemon. Most of its back, head, and neck are black, while the underbelly and the tip of its tail are green. Its eyes are made of 4 green hexagons, similar to an insect with compound eyes, and there is a thin white line down the center of its face. Across the back of its neck is a large frill made of 5 long, flat protrusions that each have 2 small green hexagons on them. There are 3 short tendrils on either side of its chest. They are black on the right and green on the left. Its tail also ends in 5 tendrils. It has several small green hexagons on its body that occasionally glow white. Zygarde 50% form is assembled from half of its cores and cells reuniting. Can contain up to 3 cores. Despite only using half of its full potential, its power is capable of overwhelming anyone who stands in its way. The 50% form is known to be both ruthless and merciless. There are rumors that an even greater power lies hidden within it, being capable of changing into a more powerful form when battling those who threaten the ecosystem. Its frill can be shown vibrating as it attacks. As seen in the anime episode Down to the Fiery Finish, Zygarde 50% form can summon and control massive roots for attacks in covering areas. Okay. As for the stats. So, 50% form. Physical defense is highest at 121, with HP at 108, physical attack at 100, both special defense and speed at 95, and special attack at 81. Ugh. So yeah, it's interesting, right, Zygarde? Because it's interesting, right? It literally wasn't until, I think, ZA that we got anything regarding Zygarde as, like, lore, right? Because in X and Y, you don't, like, you can only see this thing post-game. And you have to go all the way down to Terminus Cave. Which I don't think I ever did, because I got so fucking confused and frustrated with wandering that fucking place. But, you know, but then of course they tried to shove it into Sumo, where you have to collect all the cores and cells, which I also never did either, because, you know, what was the point? I don't remember all these places. But yeah, like, I genuinely don't think it isn't until Pokemon Legends ZA that Zygarde got any relevance. And it's interesting, you know, because I could definitely see the mystery factor, again, considering that it, you know, again, you don't get told about this thing at all. You probably don't find out about it until post-game, if you're blind, right? You know, I don't get it. Like, I mean, it does make me wonder if, like, it does make me wonder if Game Freak were, because I remember them trademarking something regarding this, but I do wonder if they were, like, thinking of, like, making like, either a sequel or a remastered version of X and Y that would have Zygarde as the cover, you know, because, like, you know, because obviously you have Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. But they never did that. Like, instead they moved on to, you know, from X and Y to Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. And then Sumo, Ultra Sumo, Sword and Shield, Legends Arceus, like, I don't know, like, I do think Zygarde is an interesting Pokemon. Like, it's meant to, like, represent order. It's meant to represent balance between, you know, life and death, right? And I do think ZA definitely helped Zygarde a lot in regards to, you know, increasing its relevancy, but also just making it seem like a cool Pokemon. I'm thinking 8 here, honestly. I don't know. I mean, I will say this. I've never really used a Zygarde all that much. I mean, I did collect enough of the cores and cells in Sumo to, like, get it to 50% form. But it's also, like, I don't like the idea of using legendaries for battles, right? Like, unless I'm really fucking desperate. Like, I just don't like doing that, right? But I do think the other forms of it are cool. And the fact that it can Mega Evolve, I think that's neat. But, yeah. I don't know what else to say. Alright. I know that technically Zygarde is the Mega Evo, I forgot. But, here's the final Mega Evo, at least for now. And this one is, of course, the one that got a movie. And that is Diancie. Let me get the Mega. Honestly, I think the Mega is so beautiful. I forget, is Diancie an event Pokemon? I think it is. Anyway, Diancie, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the Jewel Pokemon. It is a dual rock fairy type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, but it is a mutation of Carbink. It can have Clear Body as a regular ability, and when it Mega Evolves, it gains Magic Bounce instead. As for the biology, Diancie is a small Pokemon with a vaguely humanoid appearance. Its lower body is a conical gray rock with a large pink diamond sprouting from the left side. Its upper body and arms are covered by a white fluffy material that somewhat resembles a dress. Its arms end in gray mitten-like hands, and its gray head has purple eyes surrounded by red sclera and pointed ears. Diancie's most distinctive feature is its headdress, composed of a collection of pink crystals with different shapes and sizes. On its forehead, a big, rounded crystal is the centerpiece, backed by 4 spike-like crystals. 2 long obelisk-like crystals hang down from either side of the back of its head, resembling ponytails. There is a golden necklace-like ornament with a pink diamond around its neck, a small golden piece hanging off the rounded crystal, and a small pink diamond embedded on the back of its head. Man, it's like Steven Universe with pink diamond. Diancie is the result of a spontaneous mutation of Carbink. The exact mechanism and probability of such an event happening, however, are still unknown. Where am I? Okay. Possibly due to this, groups of Carbink tend to gather around it, but Diancie pays little attention to them. By compressing the carbon in the atmosphere with its hands, it can instantly create diamonds, which it uses to both attack and defend itself. The symmetry of Diancie's body enables it to absorb light with a perfect balance and display a marvelous radiance. Emma compares it to the Anastar City sundial. When is that? Is that from the anime? No, that's from... Oh, that's from ZA. Whoopsie. It's implied that Diancie is not only somehow related to the Anastar sundial, but also to Mega Crystals and by extension... Oh, this is... Wait. Megastones. Huh. It is said to be the loveliest sight in the whole world and one of the most beautiful Pokemon in existence. Legends speak about Diancie as a guardian Pokemon that protects its travel partners from any ill events. It is said to live with a pack of Carbink in a kingdom of jewels, such as the Diamond Domain, shown in the movie Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction. In said movie, it is also shown to be capable of speech through telepathy. Diancie is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Diamond Storm. And as for the Mega Evolution... okay. As a result of Mega Evolution, Mega Diancie's lower body turns into a pink diamond-shaped crystal with a golden ring with equidistant claw-like hooks around the girdle. From the diamond's crown, a thin pastel pink veil and a series of long obelisk-shaped crystals extend downwards, covering the sides and back of its lower body, with the crystals on the back growing much longer. The white fluffy material on its torso becomes longer, now covering the entire diameter of the diamond's girdle, loses its sleeves, and gains a golden ornament around the waist. The tips of the necklace-like ornament around its neck curve outward. The centerpiece of Mega Diancie's headdress is bigger and heart-shaped and has two long obelisk-shaped crystals dropping down from either side, resembling a pair of long earrings. The remaining crystals of its headdress are smaller and further apart. On the back of its head, two small gems are embedded, and another long crystal drops down between them. Two lengthy ribbons grow out from this pair of gems, and each have two small crystals floating at the tips. Similarly, the long crystals covering the back of Mega Diancie's lower body and the ones on its head end in smaller floating crystals. Mega Diancie no longer has any impurities on the surface of its body, causing it to shine so brightly that when reflecting light, one cannot look directly at it. Due to its noble beauty, it has been referred to as the Royal Pink Princess. The diamond on its forehead has 2,000 carats. Mega Diancie has been shown to be able of wielding a sword made out of its own diamonds. Damn, that's sick. And as for the stats, so base Diancie, physical defense and special defense both are both its highest at 150, with physical attack and special attack at 100, and HP and speed at 50. However, when it Mega Evolves, physical attack and special attack both get a huge boost, up to 160, whereas physical defense and special defense and speed all get up to 110. HP, however, remains the same. Huh. So when it Mega Evolves, the defenses drop, but it becomes speedier and more offensive. I wonder if it has anything to do with that sword that is not shown for some reason. Like, hello? Where's the sword? But, yeah. I really like Diancie's design here. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just because of the fact it's pink. But I think the pink is done really well in this art here, at least. I don't know, again, like, the fact that we're all talking about, like pink crystals and blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh my god. When did we get back to Steven Universe with pink diamond and rose quartz or whatnot? Though I will say, though, this mega design is simply peak. It's so good. It's so pretty and elegant and just very noble, as they say. I can understand why it's called the Royal Pink Princess. God, if I'm not careful, I'm gonna accidentally say, like, the Pink Princess of the Steel Samurai. Man, it's been a long time since we've done Ace Attorney, huh? But, yeah, this, I do genuinely love this mega design. I just wish it wasn't hidden behind an event. Although, to be fair, I guess I could watch the movie if I wanted to. But, yeah, I honestly I wish I had a Mega Diancie, honestly. I don't think I ever caught a Diancie. Like, I know, because the funny thing is, they said that this existed in Oraz, and I'm like, well, I probably didn't get the Pokemon. I probably got the Mega Stone before I got the Pokemon. Which is ass, man. Anyway. Oh man, I'm caught between putting this in A or S. What moves would it have? Oh, excuse me. God, it gets Moonblast so late. What the fuck? Honestly, I'm thinking S. Again, that mega form really helps it. Like, look at that. Ah, it's so pretty. Alright. We're almost there. Taking us a little bit longer because we're going through the legendaries. But, okay. Next up is our penultimate one. And this one also had a movie about it. And is actually, I think, one of the stars of the DLC for ZA. Alright, Hoopa! I gotta get the second form, because at least I can go over that. The Djinn! And I mean it. It's a Djinn. That's not the right one. There we go. Alright, let me get over here. Alright, so, Hoopa, which is the same in Japanese, so the form that you're seeing now is known as Confined, and it's known as the Mischief Pokemon. However, in the other form, which is Hoopa Unbound, this is known as the Djinn, which, yeah, that totally fucking fits. Anyway, Hoopa is a dual psychic ghost. Oh, I was not expecting the ghost. Is a dual psychic ghost Pokemon that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. You can switch the forms by using the Prism Bottle. Oh, okay, so the Hoopa Unbound loses the ghost and gains the dark typing instead. Interesting. However, both forms share the ability Magician. Alright, just making sure we're on the right track here. Alright, so Hoopa Confined is a light purple Pokemon with a vaguely humanoid appearance. It has green eyes with yellow sclera, a yellow ring marking on its forehead, a small pink dot under each eye, and dark pink hair tied into a short ponytail. On either side of its head is a dark gray horn that curves slightly upward. Its body has a dark pink V-shaped marking on the chest and a small golden spike on each shoulder. Its arms are not attached to its body and instead float next to it. Each arm has a small golden spike similar to those on its shoulders. It has mitten-like hands and dark pink rings around each wrist. In place of actual legs, it has a wispy tail. Hoopa has 3 gold rings. A large one around its waist, and one hanging freely on each of its horns. This is a long-ass description here. Okay. In the past, Hoopa's true power is said to have been sealed away in the Prism Bottle for the destruction it used to cause, reducing Hoopa to its smaller, confined form. Opening the bottle grants Hoopa its true form once again for only 3 days. Huh. Interesting. In the Pokemon movie, Hoopa and the Clash of Ages, the one who sealed Hoopa's power in the Prism Bottle was a traveler named Gris. Hoopa's rings can open hyperspace holes, which warp space and allow it to transport objects, humans, and Pokemon, including even legendary Pokemon, by passing them through them. Also seen in the movie, summoning too many legendaries has the dangerous side effect of creating a space-time distortion that'll destroy the area where they were summoned. As seen in various media, these holes allow it to access other worlds such as the Distortion World / Reverse World, Dialga's World, Palkia's World, Hyperspace Lumios, and even parallel timelines. With this power, it can cause mischief and take anything it wants for itself. Hoopa is connected to many strange events because of these mysterious powers. It is also said to have the power to bend dimensions. It is heavily implied to be the one causing many of the mirage spots in the Hoenn region, specifically the ones featuring ring-shaped portals. Hoopa is very fond of foods that have holes in them, especially donuts. Okay, that's DLC stuff, excuse me. Hoopa's lair is rumored to be located inside an hidden inside a hidden desert oasis. Its lair contains many objects and treasures Hoopa obtained over the years, claiming as its own. Hoopa's lair is believed to contain mountains of gold and silver treasures it stole from ancient kings and wealthy land barons. To the present day, no one has ever found Hoopa's lair due to how well hidden it is. Hoopa stores all of its gathered loot in a secret spot only it knows, which appears to be its aforementioned lair. Hoopa can be very vengeful to those who attempt to manipulate it for its unique power. According to one tale, it punished an organization by transporting their individual objects before moving their headquarters to the middle of the desert. This incident terrified the organization to the point of disbanding! Hoopa Confined is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Hyperspace Hole. I'm assuming that's a move it had before. Yeah, okay. Now we move on to the gin. Alright. Hoopa Unbound is a large bipedal Pokemon with 6 arms. It is mostly light blue with purple hair. The ponytail on its head is larger and bushier and held in place by 2 golden rings. Its hair now covers its chin, where it forms a pointed beard in the back of its neck. The horns are less curved and have spiky purple hair around the bases. There are 3 gold rings on each horn, 2 around the base and 1 around the middle. It has yellow eyes white sclera, a pointed dark gray nose, a small hole inside of the ring marking on its forehead, and prominent fangs in the back of its lower jaw. Similar to Hoopa Confined, its arms are disconnected and float next to its body. Instead of a small gold spike, the arms now have large dark gray spikes and appear from holes along the sides of its body. Each arm has 3 fingers with dark gray claws, a gold ring around the wrist, and a gold ring around the base. Several tufts of purple hair surround its torso, and a gold ring encircles a hole in the center of its chest. The hole in its chest is said to lead to another dimension. Oh my gosh. Another large gold ring encircles its waist, and there are small tufts of hair poking out from underneath it. There is a purple stripe that widens at the knee, down each leg, and 2 gold rings around each ankle. The tips of its feet are gold and curl upward, resembling shoes. Additionally, this form has a tail with a purple stripe along the top and an arrow-shaped tip. Hoopa Unbound is tied with Mega Gyarados as the tallest dark type. Hoopa Unbound is said to be Hoopa's true form and is said to have a humongous amount of power. Hoopa is at full power within its unbound form. It can increase the size of its 6 rings to grow multiple miles in length. These massive rings are capable of transporting entire islands through its hoops. Hoopa Unbound is capable of bending dimensions on an even more powerful scale. As depicted in the Hoopa movie, it can use its own rage to drive legendary Pokemon berserk. Oh. One legend stated that it greedily teleported an entire castle from Kalos 3,000 years ago to obtain a treasure hidden within it. Hoopa can remain in its unbound form for only 3 days, until its power is sealed back into the prison bottle, reverting itself to its confined form. Hoopa Unbound is the only known Pokemon capable of learning and using the move Hyperspace Fury. Alright, so, Hoopa Confined stats are, special attack is as high as at 150, with special defense at 130, physical attack at 110, HP at 80, speed at 70, and physical defense at 60. However, in its unbound form, holy shit, special attack is still as high as at 170. However, physical attack gets a massive boost up to 160. Special defense remains the same, physical defense and HP remains the same. However, it gets a little bit quicker on its feet, going from 70 to 80. Alright, so I do not have any experience with Hoopa whatsoever. Like, this was around the time that Pokemon really started to implement the whole, like, we're gonna tell you about mythicals and legendary Pokemon after everything else. But, I will say, I do like the not so much the design, but, like, the concept, right? Like, because we do have a genie, basically. Like, these are genies. These are genie Pokemon. It's pretty similar to, Landorus, Thunderous, and whatever the last one was. Tornadus, that's it. I mean, because I think those are also known as Jinn, right? But clearly, their Jinn is different from this Jinn. I will say, this fits the image of a Jinn so much. Like, like, it is freaky looking. And I can see why it's intimidated. I mean, this is the cute form. The other form is, like, the form that, like basically roids out, right? But, yeah, I did not know all that lore about it. It's like, holy. Like, I knew some of it. Like, I knew that, like, oh yeah, Hoopa can cause, you know, the whole time-space stuff, right? But I didn't think it was that, like, whoa. Whoa. But, oh, where would I rank this? Honestly, I'm not feeling A at all. Like, I'm feeling high B. I don't know, like, it's just, again, I do think the concept is fine, right? But I just do not have much of any experience with Hoopa. I mean, I will say, though, this fucking form is sick. And again, it makes sense with the Jinn. Honestly, you know what's funny? It reminds me of Hydrated Ganondorf from Legend of Zelda TikTok or Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the similar facial structures. God, can you imagine that Ganondorf specifically having the power of Hoopa? Holy. That would be terrifying. Alright. Last one for Kalos, and this is the Pokemon that I don't know anything about. And thankfully it doesn't have different forms, nor does it have a Mega. It is just a mythical. And that is Volcanion. Again, I don't have much of any experience with this Pokemon at all. Alright, so Volcanion, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the Steam Pokemon. It is a dual Fire-Water type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It only has one ability, which is Water Absorb. As for the biology, let me take a sip real quick because my throat hurts. Volcanion is a primarily maroon quadrupedal Pokemon. It has pointed ears with blue interiors, bright blue eyes, yellow markings over and behind its eyes that resemble eyebrows and eyelashes, a pointed yellow mandible, and a spike-like protrusion on each cheek. Its body is divided into 3 segments. A considerably larger front portion that has a hunched back, a thin blue waist, and smaller hips that resemble its front portion. On its chest are 4 yellow diamond-shaped bumps. There is a thin yellow band around each of its leg joints, and the lower maroon portions of its legs are larger than the thin blue upper portions. Each ankle has a short blunt growth, while each foot has 3 yellow claws. Volcanion has a short tapering tail with a slightly shorter blue bump along the top. On the back of the front portion of its body are 2 arm-like cannons. These cannons are normally held together and form a ring around the back. Each cannon is separated into 3 segments by bright blue lines, and each segment has a single blue dot and a short blunt growth. The topmost segments also have 4 small yellow bumps around the ends. Volcanion has an organ that allows it to vaporize the water it absorbs instantly with extremely high temperatures. The arms on Volcanion's back expel the resulting steam from inside its body, allowing it to disappear into the dense fog. It can expel steam of superbly high pressure and has the ability to blow away mountains. Volcanion can run out of water within its body to use, as depicted in the movie Volcanion and the Mechanical Marvel. When it does, a sound similar to a bell is heard, the lines and dots on its cannons turn red, and it is unable to use any water-type moves until it refills its water supply from another source. So it's a fucking tea kettle, is what you're saying. When did Myoshi get here? The movie also revealed that it can utilize its arm-like cannons for various purposes, such as flying through the air by launching water-like rockets, blocking attacks, or grabbing objects. It was also shown that Volcanion can live for several centuries. It's said to live in mountains where humans do not tread. I gotta clear my throat real quick. Excuse me. Alright, excuse me. It was also Volcanion is capable of creating explosive shockwaves. This power also allows Volcanion to gouge out the earth and changing the land by reshaping it. Volcanion is worshipped in several regions such as Kalos as a nation-building Pokemon due to its ability to alter the landscape for people to live on. Volcanion's power can potentially transform the world with its landscape-altering abilities. Volcanion is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Steam Eruption. As for the stats, special attack is its highest at 130, with physical defense at 120, physical attack at 110, excuse me, special defense at 90, HP at 80, and speed at 70. So, I have never used a Volcanion in my life. And apparently, from what I know about it, it was an event-exclusive Pokemon, too, so I was like, I don't give a fuck about it at all. But, yeah, I really do not have much of an opinion on this at all. I mean, I guess it's got cool lore. It's got cool lore, and, yeah, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say here, like... Hell, I don't even see this used a lot in VGC. I mean, I don't know. It's just there, I guess. Oh my god, is this gonna be the lowest I've ever ranked a mythical before? Because I'm honestly thinking, like, lower B here. Alright, is that... Okay. And that's that! We finished the tier list for Kalos. Alright, so one last round of a recap before we head off. In the S tier, we have Talonflame, Florges, Pangoro, Aegislash, Malamar, Almera, Aurora, Sylveon, Xerneas, and Diancie. A tier, Braixen, Delphox, Greninja, Vivillon, Pyroar, Floette, Skidoo, Pancham, Honedge, Doublade, Dragouge, Tyron, Tyrantrum, Hawlucha, Goodra, Trevenant, Gourgeist, Noivern, Yveltal, and Zygarde. High B tier, Fennekin, Froakie, Frogadier, Bunnelby, Fletchling, Fletchinder, Litleo, Flabebe, Go-Go, Meowstic, Spritzy, Swirlix, Slurpuff, Inkay, Dedenne, Goomy, Phantom, Pumpkaboo, Noibat, and Hoopa. Lower B tier, Chespin, Quilladin, Chestnut, Scatterbug, Spupa, Furfrou, Esper, Barbaracle, Skrelp, Clauncher, Clawitzer, Helioptile, Heliolisk, Carping, Sliggoo, Klefki, Bergmite, Avalugg, and Volcanion. And C tier, Diggersby, Aromatisse, and Binacle. Wow, we actually did not have a lot of Pokemon in the C tier. Ain't that a miracle? Like, ain't that cool? That is shocking, actually. Like, I don't think we've ever had that little Pokemon here. I mean, to be fair, we have a lot of Pokemon here in the A tier. Not as much in S, though. I mean, I don't know. But then again, like, we're probably, like, I don't know. We're probably just seeing much more because this is such a small dex. But, yeah. So this is it. Alright. Let me switch over, excuse me, to stuff. Alright. Alright, well I guess like if you don't want to hear my opinion of Kalos as a whole, I guess this is where we could say goodbye for now. But if you do, stick around. Okay, so, Kalos. As I talked before last stream, Pokemon X and Y are considered one of the weakest Pokemon entries. And that's mainly because the story is kind of forgettable. Characters are not super memorable. Yeah, I mean, I think don't get me wrong to say, X and Y definitely introduced a lot of good Pokemon, and honestly, I mean, again, it was a milestone, let's just say, right? Because it introduced a new typing. It introduced the whole gimmick of Mega Evolution, which I find to be my favorite. You know, like, I mean, again, it's responsible for a lot of things, but I do understand why people don't like X and Y, or at least, like, find other games much better than it. You know, and Kalos, unfortunately, doesn't, like, it's interesting to think about Kalos mainly because of the history. Like, I mean, y'all, we had war in Kalos that resulted in confirmed Pokemon deaths. I mean, we have AZ and his whole deal with the ultimate weapon, bringing eternal life. Like, all of that is so interesting. But we hardly do anything with it. I mean, the closest that we get is Lysander using the ultimate weapon to basically, you know, I mean, depending on your box, you know, on your copy of X or Y, you know, like, I mean, regardless, like, the purpose of it is that it's supposed to, you know, remake the world, right? Because Lysander is like, the world is too ugly, we need to make it beautiful again. Excuse me. You know, and granted, I mean, granted, to be fair, it's like, and I can kind of understand why people don't really like that motivation, because it's like, what the fuck, why? Like, like, basically, the game does not do a good job of showing why the conflict for Lysander is it, like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't do a good job of showing that, right? You know, of showing, like, why, you know, why the conflict exists, right? However, then we have Legend ZA, which I think really improved a lot of people's opinions on Kalos as a whole. Like, I don't think it's ever gonna change how people feel about X and Y. But I definitely think that it improved Kalos as a whole. I mean, yes, I know they were only stuck in Lumio City and such, but I definitely think the story, right, with ZA, again, I can only really talk about the base game without going into the post-game stuff. Like, I've talked about this before, where it's like, I genuinely love how it showed AZ and Floette, you know, being able to live together domestically, at least for a few years before that inevitable death. You know, never gonna get over that. You know, but it also gave us, like, really, I think it honestly did a lot better of a job with its characters. I mean, we have Naveen, we have Lita, we have Tawny/Urbane, but of course we also have our rivals as well. Canary, Ivor, Corbeau, Jacinthe, like, honestly, those characters are so fucking memorable. And god, the music of ZA too, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's like, I like the music of X and Y, but I'm not going back to it nearly as much as the music for ZA. Like, oh my god. Again, I love listening to Canary, Corbeau, and Jacinthe's battle themes, like, on loop. It's so good. You know, and obviously ZA giving us a lot of good Mega Evos, and, you know, You know, and if anything, it also helped really redeem Lysander, which you wouldn't think is possible considering, you know, how despicable he was in the base in X and Y. But no, they redeemed him, honestly. Like, they made him into a good guy, where he was like, yeah, no, I'm teaming up with Zygarde and trying to, like, you know, stop, you know, basically, like, I'm gonna try and help you however I can. It's like, wow. Yeah, and also how ZA dealt with the whole Team Flare aftermath, where it's like, you know, you learn about how, like, Team Flare either ended up in jail or are now, like, being treated with scorn by society because of their past deeds. Like, oh my god, ZA honestly does so much to improve upon X and Y, and that's great, that's good, you know? I mean, don't get me wrong, I understand it has its issues, but again, compared to X and Y, it's so much better. It's so much better. But I think overall, Kalos... It's interesting. Because... I can remember a lot of the cities that we visit. Like, obviously there's Lumiose, but there's also Levere Town, Silage City, Shalor City. Oh my god, dude, the music for Shalor City is like... I remember when I first heard it during my X playthrough, like, that's my second time through, oh my god, it gets to me. It's like, whoa. It is like a different type of music altogether. You know, there's also Anastar City, Dendemil... Snowbell City, that's what I'm thinking of, not Dendemil. But, yeah, I don't, like, I definitely think Kalos has a lot to offer, you know? But but here's the thing, I don't know if I would rank it, because here's the thing, I said before that I would definitely rank it higher than Kanto, but it's definitely going below Sinnoh. So I guess, like, the question is that's, like, would it rank higher or lower than Hoenn? Oh, that's a good question. Because, I mean, because again, we did say, right, that, like, you know, because again, Unova is first, then we have Johto, then we have Sinnoh. So, you know, and Kanto's at the very bottom. So, again, it's either going to be higher or lower than Hoenn. I honestly am thinking really hard about it. I mean, the thing is, if we were just judging it based on ZA standards, then it would definitely be higher than Hoenn. But no, we have to base it off of both that and X and Y. Oh, man. It's also ironic, too, considering Oraz, right? Which came out after X and Y. Oh, boy. Honestly, the way I'm feeling, I'm feeling it's gonna have to rank lower than Hoenn. I think it's just because, like, I think it's because Hoenn, I think it's just because, I mean, it had better villains, ones that had a definitive goal in mind. And of course it had the Delta episode. I mean, again, I know we're talking Oraz, but again, that Delta episode does so much to introduce Zinnia. You know, and I guess, like, to me, it's like, I also just think that there's more to do in Hoenn postgame, like Oraz Hoenn, right? Whereas with X, Not really. I mean, don't get me wrong, I loved the story with Looker and Emma in Kalos, you know, in X and Y. But as far as I'm aware, that's the only thing you can do. At least with Oraz, like, you had obviously Episode Delta, but you also had, like, all the searching around for the Pokemon, right, for the legendaries, right? But X and Y, you don't get that. Unless, of course, I mean, I guess, like, for X and Y, there is the Terminus Cave stuff with Zygarde, and then, of course, like, getting your fucking Mewtwo. But that's it. Yeah, oh man. Yeah, I think Kalos is gonna have to rank lower than Hoenn. Like, there's just not, like, it sucks too, because I definitely really like the history of Kalos, and I think it's so fascinating, but it's just like, man, it doesn't really do anything with it. I mean, ZA definitely did a lot with it, but I kind of wish we went a little bit more into detail with the war, but I don't know. So yeah, unfortunately, Kalos is going to be ranking in 5th. Hey, at least it's not dead last like Kanto. So, the current ranking for the regions is as follows. We have Unova in 1st, Johto in 2nd, Sinnoh in 3rd, Hoenn in 4th, Kalos in 5th, and Kanto in 6th. So, let me think. 5, 2, 4, 3, 6, 1. In terms of the gens. Damn. I mean, I did say it was going to rank higher than Kanto, at least. But yeah, man, that sucks for Kalos. Does not outrank Hoenn. Man, the too much water won again. But yeah, so that's that, I guess, for Kalos. You know what's funny too? Like, how is it that I can also, like, rank Kalos so low considering that X and Y were the first games that give us customizations, which I genuinely love. Like, you know what sucks? This is gonna get on my nerves, is that, like, I honestly believe that X and Y had better customization options than both Sumo and Sword and Shield. I'm gonna say it right there. I don't know, I can't say for sure about, ScarVio. And to be fair, Legend ZA also has good customization options too. God, it's so fun coming up with outfits for that game. But yeah, how is it that you get me to like the dress-up games? But yeah, I guess with that out of the way, now I can finally get to what I had been hinting at in the first part of this stream. So, obviously, I know I need to answer the question about, like, well, what's going to be the itinerary for next month. I'll get to that in a moment. However, here's a bit of news regarding the Pokemon tier list ranking streams. So, as y'all know, I've been doing these for the past few years, you know, going from Kanto to Kalos, ranking all the Pokemon in those regions' dexes, right? And in those streams, I have had my rules listed. Rule number 2, which is the most important one we'll be discussing, is obvious that states, I will not be ruling Pokemon from games I have not played, meaning Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and the Sword and Shield DLC. And obviously ScarVio. Now, here's the thing. Obviously, throughout that time, I have since begun playing Ultra Moon. I'm still in the middle of playing that. I have bought the Sword and Shield DLC. I bought both of them, and I just need to play them. And I do have an unopened copy of Violet. So clearly that means I am going to play them at some point. However, knowing how bad my attention span is when it comes to some things, it's going to take a while for me to... I mean, obviously it's going to take me a while to get through all those games, especially the Sword and Shield DLC and the ScarVio, because I've never gone through those and I've been actively avoiding looking at playthroughs of those. So what does this mean in terms of the tier list ranking streams? Well, because the next 2 parts of the streams were going to be focusing on Alola and Galar originally, obviously the thing is, I wouldn't feel comfortable ranking those region dexes specifically because there's a good chunk of Pokemon that appear only in the games that I haven't played that I feel like it would be unfair to exclude. So what that means is until I can at least get through the DLC for Sword and Shield, I will not be doing any Pokemon tier list ranking streams next year. Instead, I'll fill those months up with something else. Obviously, I haven't figured out what yet, but they will be filled with something else. So, yeah, as of now, the Pokemon tier list ranking streams end here, at least for now, with part 2 with the Kalos decks. Again, I'm not saying that they're not going to come back. They will eventually. But, yeah, but they're not going to be back for next year at least. So, if you're looking for any update on that, well, there you go. Now, as for next month's streams, as y'all know, it is Pride Month next month. And I do have a few games I want to play for Pride Month. I just have to get them first. And I need to check Steam, like, as of tonight to see if those games are actually on sale, because I do know that other games are on sale as well for Pride Month. Now, I will say I don't know for sure what the dates and times are going to be for June. Because again, I have to see exactly, you know, what those games, like how long those games are going to be, and if I can tackle them in at least one stream. What I will say, however, is that those games are queer as fuck. Like, we are dealing at least with gay shit, which is good. It's Pride Month. Happy Pride. But, yeah. So, yeah, I do not have dates currently figured out. At the very least, the times are gonna probably be the same, you know, at 8 p.m. CST, or 9 p.m. depending on if it's a weekday or not, like a Friday. But, let me see, actually, what would be good days for June? 7th, 14th, 21st, and 28th. Okay. Okay, well, what this means is that when I eventually get those things figured out, I will be sure to let you all know via community posts that, hey, I'm going to be playing this game on this day at this time. Like I've been doing, you know, like I've done before. And, yeah. So, look forward to that. And I'm excited to play those games. I mean, I will say, I think I'm excited to finally get back into playing games again. Like, damn, I miss playing games on stream. But, yeah, so that's all I wanted to talk about. And I think with that, we're gonna start wrapping things up here. So, thank you all for joining me tonight. I hope you all had a good time. I think, it feels like I really didn't ramble all that much. Even, like, when I was trying to be funny, I don't think there was many jokes to be made. But, yeah. So, as I said, I'll update you all on days and times when I get the games under my belt and figure out if I can play them. I should. I mean, hell, for God's sakes, I was able to play one of that studio's games on stream twice. But as I said, yeah, so that will be via community post, so keep a lookout for that. And have a good rest of your week, days, whichever. Stay safe. Please be careful out there. Things are getting real bad. Real quick, it feels like, especially now with Pride Month coming up. Oh God, please, for all my folk in the queer community, you know, however you identify, whatever you identify as, like, please stay safe. Please, for the love of God, be careful. And just, I know it's rough. but just, and I know, and I know it sounds like empty platitudes to say hang in there, but trust me I'm saying this as sincerely as possible. Just hang in there, you know, and just try to try to find joy in your everyday life, no matter how small it is, and reach out to other people, because it sucks, but hey, you're not the only one going through it, okay? Anyway, until then, have a good night, everybody.